filled with the Spirit or led by the Spirit to give us a prayer before we start. Your smile is inviting. There are so many ways of communication, non-verbal, very powerful.
Please, you are praying. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. And we are inviting you into our meeting today. Amen.
And there he is in Jesus' name. All right. We are going to start with introduction. It's a large room. I wanted us to start with the introduction that we are far behind time. So let him come in and that time is fast spent and we are in. The distance are not much, it will soon be done. Conversation continues in the informal manner. And the person to do that for us, taking the invasive diagnostic techniques, will be Dr. Kweku Apia-Kubi. Let's welcome him with a hand of applause.
Good morning. Yes, welcome back to the program. Yesterday, we tried laying a foundation. Today, we will build on it. We will build on it. Basically, when we want to discuss diagnosis of transthyretin amyloidosis, two things will come to mind. Depending on the technique we will be using, where the technique involves taking samples from the patient, when the technique involves taking samples from the patient, then we begin to think about some complications that might arise in an attempt to the sample. I hope you are following. So, the extent to which we will go to access the sample is often a concern to the hospital, to the patient, and to a limit the expert, because he or she has been doing it. And of the precautions he or she might have to take to ensure that the sample is picked safely. Or having said all, two thoughts comes to mind. Is the sample collection invasive? If it is invasive, to what extent? Minimally invasive or invasive? Often than not, if we want to pick blood samples, we see this as a minimally invasive process. But where you may have to go deep, especially taking samples from the heart. This is very, very invasive. But we wouldn't use that to scare anybody. So we say that is an invasive process. What we will be doing this morning is to look into invasive. Hello, next. Yes, please. What we will be doing this morning is to look into the invasive process. But if you recall yesterday, we did mention that as far as diagnosis matters, mostly we want to look out for biomarkers, bioindicators that will help us make a decision on whether to undertake these invasive processes. Collecting samples for purposes. So, biomarkers obviously are essential in early detection and diagnosis of transthyretin amyloidosis. If you recall yesterday, we did say that transthyretin amyloidosis, misfolding of proteins, wild type, hereditary. And we realized that with hereditary, we have a host of, or a number of transthyretin protein variants. You remember. So the question, we also did say that these variants are more of either cardiac or neurologic. In some cases, so we refer to cardiac as a phenotype. So you can say, oh, this particular variant is associated with the cardiac phenotype. If you don't like that, you can say it is associated with what? The nerve or neurologic phenotype. We also have instances of a mix where they are here and there. When that happens, we say, oh, this is a mixed phenotype, or this variant is associated with what? A mixed phenotype. Also, please take note of this. We talked about amyloid yesterday, and you realize that these amyloid fibers have a source and can be identified as such. For example, ATTR WT. We all know when we see this or hear this, we know that is what? The wild type. This can also be referred to as, in a broader context, it is one of the ATTR subtypes. That is one of the ATTR subtypes. Then, yesterday, we mentioned TTR-V. Do you want 142 or you want 122? And if you want 142, what comes to your mind? If you want 122I, what comes to your mind? What we discussed yesterday. So, TTR-V122I is also an ATTR subtype. Then, TTR-V, do you want 30 or 50? The most important thing here is that just know, so that somebody's choice wouldn't confuse you or cause you to think that is this different from that. If we see TTR-V50M and we see TTR-V30M, except that we know the writer or the speaker is looking into the precursor adding to it. So look with precursor in mind, he or she will add 20. But if you recall yesterday, we did say there is a nomenclature committee under the International Society of Amyloidosis. They recommended that we go with reporting matured form. So I am not surprised most of you prefer TTR-V122I. I am not surprised. That is also a choice the nomenclature committee made. I'm happy you agree that we go that way. With it in mind, it is critical that we have some biomarkers to help us do some early detection, do some diagnosis. And I will be discussing these, making reference to the two main phenotypes, cardiac and neurologic. And when we hear cardiac, mostly it has to do with the ATTR-CM, where CM is cardiomyopathy. And PN is polyneuropathy. So clearly what we are saying here is that we have some biomarkers. We do have, and we will be talking about them. And monitoring these can be helpful. But note this, as we pointed out, for early detection, for diagnosis, and often than not, to go into this, you might have done the Congolese staining and identified amyloid fiber that has been established. And then the next hurdle is, which of these amyloid fibers have we seen? Still on biomarkers. Next slide. Next. Yes. So generally, we have plasma levels of certain circulating biomarkers. These biomarkers don't only make us think it is amyloidosis, but some levels of the biomarkers have been associated with patients with transthyretin amyloidosis. And so when we get such levels or trends happening, then we can see. In fact, it has even been used to develop a staging system for ATTR amyloidosis. The biomarkers have been used to develop a staging system. As I told you, it is about working on or observing, taking records of many patients and making an observation. So they realized that for a certain group of patients whose condition seems to be early enough or relatively early enough, the biomarker levels are in a certain range. Okay? Yes, please. So first biomarker we want to discuss, and in fact, let us note this. These biomarkers, especially cardiac troponin T, the N-terminal fragment of pro-brain natriuretic peptide. Also, we did mention yesterday that amyloidosis is associated with what? Or affects the kidney. And so when we all know what, and we mentioned renal, failure, associating renal failure with, or end stage, kidney end stage. A measure of the estimated glomerular filtrate rate has also been used to help in the staging of transthyretin amyloidosis. This has happened. And yesterday's discussion is helping us appreciate how these happenings came about. So, but you see, take note of it. Heart failure also comes with these biomarkers. And if you recall yesterday, yes, the heart. And we did mention some defects. One of the defects is heart failure, and a host of other defects aside heart failure. And we know that heart failure is, these biomarkers, especially 1 and 2, have something to do with heart failure. So, you remember mixed phenotype, and all that we have looked at. Now let's look at the levels of these biomarkers that will help us appreciate it might be transthyretin amyloidosis or not. Firstly, why do we even go into measuring them? It has been established that the CTNT biomarker is sensitive. Obviously, this is not a bad molecule in us. It's natural and parcel of us. But levels of it tells we are being disturbed or not, or there's a damage or not. So it is established that the CTNT is sensitive and specific for myocardial injury. We recall yesterday we did say that amyloid fiber deposit on what? Tissues and organs. So clearly it is possible that myocardial injury might be due to deposits of what? Amyloid fiber on the myocardium. Right? Yes. Yes. And when also, while the left ventricle volume expansion and increase in its wall strain cause secretion of this. When there's a myocardial injury, we could also expect some other observations such as expansion in ventricular volume, an increase in its wall strain due to, in context, due to deposit of amyloid fiber on the myocardium. This will make the myocardium stiff. And once that happens, we won't expect a normal functioning of the heart. We won't expect that. Now, when we have an increase in volume of the ventricle, we have an increase in strain of the wall. This is also often associated with secretion of the NT-proBNP by myocardial cell. So clearly, all that we are observing does not make it ATTR amyloidosis. It doesn't. But as I said earlier on, established cases of ATTR amyloidosis are associated with a certain level of these very bioindicators that have something to do with myocardial injury or heart malfunction, heart complications. So we will be looking at what levels are often associated with ATTR amyloidosis. And as I mentioned earlier, it has even gone beyond just association, but have been used to develop staging schemes for ATTR amyloidosis. Let's look at the level now. Blood serum levels of greater than this, 0.05 microgram per liter of CTNT. What about the NT-proBNP? Also greater than 900 nanogram per liter. Likely signifies heart attack, heart failure. Don't forget this. This is heart attack. And more than this is heart failure. want to look at another. So all this while, I have been discussing heart. What about the nerves? Because we did mention that the phenotypes are all two. But we also realize that we can have a mixed phenotype. Yes, please. So we also have an interesting biomarker for looking into neurologic related ATTR amyloidosis. And that has to do with serum neurofilament light chain. But we all know that if you don't want to use serum, you can use plasma sometimes. So you will find that in literature, some will go with the P NLF, NFL. Some will go with it. Others will also go with serum. But it's the same report. Nothing different. It is the same report. So, when you also see this, then you will appreciate our discussion yesterday about the skin. Mostly, these levels of SNFL have something to do with intraepidermal nerve fiber density. And to look into intradermal nerve fiber density, often the skin is involved. So amyloid fiber deposit in the skin can affect the intraepidermal nerve fiber density. We cast our minds back to density, and we know that if we add more, most likely the density will also what? Go up. Yes. Let's see. So to do this, or to appreciate it as a biomarker, it is important to often compare the volume or the density in control, healthy persons, and also with those that are affected or patients of our interest. Let's not forget this. We can have people with cases of genetic defects or mutation that we mentioned, but they won't be showing any signs of disease that will require treatment. You remember? So again, anybody who is very much curious and interested would want to compare levels of the intraepidermal nerve fiber density in carriers and people showing the disease. All these still under, especially when we get to non-invasive. For now, our focus is on what? Invasive. When we get to non-invasive, you will begin to appreciate how some studies have been done and how this has shown that people don't only focus on the patient or those who are showing of the, but there is also much interest in just having the ATTR subtype and not showing any symptoms. That is also of interest to health professionals or health scientists. But you see, yesterday I mentioned diabetes. We realized that most of the signs most of the symptoms, the manifestations we see, can also be associated with other non-communicable diseases. Here you will find, and we did mention neuropathy, and see, diabetic neuropathy will have some related complications as ATTR amyloidosis. And when this happens, it can really make diagnosis an issue or a challenge. But in all that we have been discussing, what we are saying here is that to deal with or to manage ATTR amyloidosis, it will require or involve a host of experts and not just one person doing everything, as you have seen from start. And I believe you can figure out some of the experts we will need based on what we discussed yesterday. The ophthalmologist is needed because we have talked about the eye. The cardiologist is needed. The neurologist is needed. Those into GIT and also the nephrologists are needed. GIT, neurologists are needed. The hearing. A lot more will happen as we progress, and I think that will be tomorrow. Tomorrow's discussion, you will see reports that have been published. It is not data that we have produced on our own, but these are reports that have been done. And you will also get to realize that even the little that is from Africa, we didn't do it. Yesterday I mentioned TTRV122I prevalence of 2.5%. This was not done by us. And you will be wondering what is being informed doing it. Our brothers, our sisters in that is the African Americans. You know, most of them have their origin from West Africa. They realize that the V122I is associated with African Americans in the US. So they decided to trace the source of that variant. And that brought them to not only West Africa, but Africa. And West Africa recorded the highest prevalence. So once West Africa recorded the highest prevalence, what should we expect? Oh, the origin will likely be from West Africa. In the UK, most people from West African origin that have cases of Transthyretin amyloidosis focused on the V122I of West African descent. So that is how it happened. So we are here today to see how we can get involved ourselves. We want to see how we can get involved in ourselves. Personally, I believe that if we get actively involved, we will likely add more to what we have heard or what we have read. Personally, I believe this, that if we begin to look into it carefully ourselves, we will have more to say, more to contribute to what available findings that we are discussing now. So, lumbar spinal stenosis is not amyloidosis. Alcoholic neuropathy is not amyloidosis. But we have neuropathy here. Also, the AA amyloidosis that we discussed yesterday as due to inflammation or who remembers what we said? Aside inflammation, what other thing is associated with the AR? Yes, please. Then idiopathic axonal polyneuropathy. There is, you may see this and how different it is from familial ATTR amyloidosis. Familial ATTR amyloidosis is the same as the hereditary ATTR amyloidosis. But this, in particular, familial renal amyloidosis is not ATTR-related amyloidosis, or is not the hereditary ATTR amyloidosis. Does that tell us the protein is not the same? Just that. Our focus is on a particular protein, transthyretin. Then we have the nephrotic syndrome, which exhibits some symptoms that are also related to ATTR amyloidosis. Yeah, thank you very much. In addition, restrictive cardiomyopathy. You don't have to be surprised about this. Earlier on, we did mention that heart-related diseases and the biomarkers, and we said that these biomarkers do not necessarily mean that if we have them, it is ATTR. It could be heart failure, it could be heart attack. And we gave some figures. Yes. Then other ATTR types, like the AL amyloidosis. In fact, AL is quite close. And sometimes care needs to be taken. It's our friend here, the one who shared the news about AL diagnosis in Kolebu. Please, are you here? Right. But you recall, you remember. Yes, you remember. Then, not so common in our part of the world, the Charcot-Marie tooth disease and other hereditary, sensory, and motor neuropathies. Also, chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy to a large extent exhibit similar symptoms as ATTR amyloidosis, making it a necessary thing to perform Congo red staining to look out for the amyloid fibrils to inform further testing. You know, to rule out the 11 diseases or complications we just talked about, amyloid fibril search will be enough. Right? Yes. Amyloid fibril search will be enough to rule out these cases. But it is important to note them so that even when we succeed in ruling out ATTR amyloidosis, we can still look into these. And where we look into these and we are not getting any answers, and then we need to go look for amyloid fibers as well. Having discussed all that, we need to come home. You know, what pertains to us, what is so common amongst us, it should be of concern to us. So, and we all know what is going on as far as in our part of the world is concerned. Diabetes is on the rise. Cardiovascular diseases are on the rise. Renal disease or failure are also on the rise. And so there's a need for us to look into ATTR amyloidosis in Africa. The reason is that we are very much familiar with diabetes, most of the cardiovascular diseases, renal disease. But if we observe some complications and none of these is showing up, the patient's blood sugar is okay. We ran a host of tests on cardiovascular and seems okay, or might be over the norm. But the treatment we are administering, if you recall, Dr. Menka did mention yesterday that some treatments are administered and the effect is not as expected. When things go this way, there is obviously a call or a need for us to raise awareness, for us to look into ATTR amyloidosis. Then the work too. I already told you, I already mentioned it. We haven't done much, but I strongly believe from here we will feel challenged to do more. And let's also note this from our experience with our brother who mentioned AL diagnosis in Kolebu. The focus should not always be we have seen. Communication is very, very important. And personally, it's something I am looking forward to addressing in our health sector, not only in Ghana, but in West Africa. Evidence synthesis. We are at workplace to a large extent, apart from what we have seen, anything that comes outside of what we have seen or experienced, you know, just cast your mind back. There's a case, and sometimes you need somebody who has worked in the field for a very long time to help you appreciate what is going on. Today, where we have internet, we have a lot of information being shared as in databases. We can develop evidence to help us appreciate certain things or cases in our health facilities. It is something I will actually, when we talk tomorrow about an account of 3 decades of reports on ATTR amyloidosis, I'm hoping that we will do more of these post-training. So when somebody asked, one of you asked if you will get the PPT, we are not limiting the training to only giving PPT. Likely synthesize evidence, and I told you, even in communication, a broader communication is when we publish in a journal. And then possibly, fortunately for us, we have support from sponsors. Best or ideal form is open access. With open access, you don't have to pay or go to paywalls to access information. We will surely get back with you with evidence synthesized, published reviews to help you manage cases of ATTR amyloidosis in your respective facilities. The doctor-patient ratio is quite high. Not only doctors, but other health professionals. And so, to manage that pressure with evidence synthesis is actually impossible. So we are looking at how we can do the synthesis and present them to you to help you manage patient health care, but with a focus on ATTR amyloidosis. This has also been taken care of. The fact that diagnosing a case of ATTR amyloidosis is not limited to one expert. We will need somebody with some knowledge of the heart, cardiologist. We need somebody, an expert with some knowledge of the nerve, neurologist. And yesterday, we talked about early detection and realized that ligaments, assessing samples from when they do these surgeries, some of them end up seeing deposits of the transthyretin protein or amyloid fiber. And we also did mention CTS. Please, do you remember CTS? The carpal tunnel syndrome. This is an expert who can help us in that regard. Rheumatologist, because it comes with some pain in the joint. Wrist. Then, the key, we will need a nephrologist to help us. Gastroenterologist for gastric tract issues. And the interesting thing here. Normally, the autonomic dysfunctions are centered here. And autonomic dysfunction, neurologists, gastroenterologists, seems to, they are close. But normally, we will need all these experts, including the eye doctor, ophthalmologist, to work together to help us diagnose cases of transthyretin amyloidosis. Quite broad. Aside the testing, quite broad. But this notwithstanding, of all these, it's up to you to make a decision. But we know that most common phenotypes of ATTR amyloidosis are cardiac or we know this. And we also realize that most likely 5 to 15 years, a candidate for ATTR amyloidosis might be hovering here with pains in the wrist. You get it? 5 to 15 years, the patient might be hovering here without the knowledge or know-how of the underlying cause. And we all know underlying cause is crucial or critical to what? Managing a disease. Once we miss the underlying cause, it is very likely we will only be giving medications and not getting results. That is the likely event of missing the underlying cause. And that is why we are here this week. Generally, you should expect invasive, non-invasive diagnosis. And here we will look into some techniques that will be discussed by others. Electromyography will often help us reveal some dysfunctions in muscles and nerves, and also poor nerve to muscle signal transmission. Minimally invasive sample collections of blood or saliva or cheek swab samples for ATTR amyloidosis diagnosis also happens. Like I said, minimally invasive. We haven't mentioned the heart. When it comes to heart, and we want to really use invasive methods, then it's of great concern to many. It's of great concern to many. Here I will just mention, some of us will come to tackle them one by one. Yes. But let us note that for non-invasive methods, imaging techniques are involved. No sample collection, just imaging techniques of target organs or tissues. And when we say imaging techniques are involved, what comes to mind? Which of the imaging techniques are we using? And that reminds me of somebody asking about CT scan. That reminds me of one of you asking of CT scan yesterday. Some of the imaging techniques that could be used. We could go in for ECG, cardiac echocardiogram. This will record. So a lot of physics really happen here. More physics. It will record electrical signals in the heart. We will see, but the records will give an indication of happenings. Then also MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. Also involve use of relatively stronger magnetic and radio waves scan to produce in-depth, they give fine details of images of tissues and organs. Then the positron emission tomography. Can you see PET? Did we mention PET yesterday? when we were discussing the two forms of ATTR amyloid types, where we talked about type A, type B. I mentioned some imaging techniques there and what they can detect or not detect. So you might have seen something like 11C-PIB followed by a PET scan. As we move, you will appreciate it. But these scans give an indication. Some work better on one of the forms than the other. Yet, that the TCDPD helps more with type A. And when we use the Pittsburgh compound B, that is the 11C PIB PET scan, that one also helps with type B and not type A. So what it means here is that sometimes you can get with the imaging techniques. Of course, if we say we are doing imaging, we are going to look for that thing. And what thing? Amyloid fiber. You see? Now, of some observations are that where the amyloid fiber has more of the C-terminal fragment and the full length, which is type A, with technetium DPD, likely we will see. But if it is type B, we may not see. Though Congo Red is saying the thing. But remember, Congo Red does not tell us which amyloid protein is involved. Yes, please. Yes, please. And so, Partisan emission tomography brings to mind what we talked about yesterday. And we are saying that with this, especially focused on the Pittsburgh compound B usage, the morphological types we talked about yesterday, there are some limitations as far as detecting them is concerned. So if you try this and you are not getting it, you can use another to see if it is one of the morphological types. Hello? It's okay? Thank you. So another very, very common now. When I say common, I mean in places where they use them. This is really helping a lot. The nuclear scintigraphy or nuclear imaging scan for detecting amyloid deposits is doing a great job. But we are yet to get that. We are yet to get that. But I think South Africa has nuclear scintigraphy. They do. Still on it. And it will be used. You will appreciate it. Nerve conduction studies can also be done. Normally, to do nerve conduction studies, non-invasive, as we said, but for sure, the skin will be involved. And we know that the skin has some nerves. We do. So nerve conduction for measuring speed and strength of signals traveling between two, at least. What it means here is that if you see two or more points What it means here is that if you have some probes that you need to place on the skin, you can't do it. You just don't put it at one place and expect to get result. Most likely, you will need at least 2 points. And in other cases, you can do more than 2. Then another very important test is quantitative sensory testing. You will appreciate this in depth when we have somebody discussing non-invasive techniques for neurologic studies of ATTR amyloidosis. Then we also have the autonomic function testing, heart rate and blood pressure. But to do this, the patient will normally require to perform some activity. So, and so there is normally a comparison between at rest and activity. This has been shown to be doing better, where that is the quantitative pseudomotor axon reflex testing. QSAT, for measuring volume of sweat produced after stimulating, and then we correlate this volume with the function of nerves that control sweating. So if the nerve is damaged, it will definitely affect how much sweat we will produce. And that is how the QSAT works. So to do it, the screening that we talked about in section 2, and the very last flow diagram. Please, do you remember our cardiologist, Dr. Minka, ended with a flow diagram where you saw M3SM as start, or a way to help us start, and then keep moving. That is it. That is it. That is it. That is it. These are some other things that we need to look into. But the cardiologists will do more of these for you when we are looking into non-invasive diagnosis. The cardiologist will mention heart failure. Cardiologists will mention heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, and what you should expect to see when these things are happening. And so we will also be looking into the left ventricle with a focus on the lower left heart chamber. Obviously the left ventricle, the lower heart chamber. And filling with blood at diastolic phase. Often, you will witness this as reducing the volume of pumped blood. A lot more will happen when we are looking into non-invasive, because this has nothing to do with invasive diagnosis. That is non-invasive. So with ATTR, heart failure or heart complications, we should expect additional symptoms or signs, such as dyspnea. The right heart failure symptom of outside. This is an abnormal swelling. And puffiness due to trapped excess fluid. That is edema. So clinicians, when these things happen, we expect or we recommend that clinicians should inquire about signs of peripheral or autonomic dysfunction to inform, and for sure, what it means here is that if a cardiologist finds this and unsure what to do, he or she might refer you to a neurologist or a gastroenterologist. So I hope you see the practice happening here. The fact that not one person will do everything is showing up now. It's showing up. I don't know how some of us take referrals, but that is it. Especially with ATTR, you will likely visit at least 5 experts before a conclusion is drawn with ATTR amyloidosis. So there is no one-step diagnosis procedure for ATTR. There is no one-step diagnosis for ATTR. This is where we will do invasive diagnosis proper. And one thing you should start thinking about is the sample points. Where will the samples be taken from? And do the sample points give varied outcomes? As in, the likelihood that you will find amyloid fibers in sample site A and sample site B, same or different? The answer is there is varied sensitivity to detecting amyloid fibers in certain sites of the body. And that makes a lot of sense to us. We did mention yesterday that the sites, we still don't even know why certain sites have more amyloid deposits than others. As for heart, one might say that, oh, it pumps blood to all the body. So likely, whatever, and blood flow can bring anything anywhere to the heart. We may not have issues. But of course, the nerve too seems to be everywhere. So as far as blood flows, there will always be an encounter with nerves as well. The kidney, I am sure we know that blood circulation will go as well. So tissue collection from organs is often required for invasive testing. Tissue collection often requires invasive testing. So, and the focus will be to look out for amyloid deposits. But the question now is, where will we pick our samples from? Possible to just go into the labia minor, salivary gland to pick samples. This is, I call it the most friendly. I call it the most friendly. I think it's just a swap. Another very good side. One good side, we are looking at this. Less invasive biopsies. Less invasive biopsies. Fatty tissues. Yesterday I used belly, but that is it here. Fatty tissues of the abdominal wall. Also a very good point to pick biopsies for Congo red staining. Also, bone marrow. You remember? You remember? Yesterday, we did mention that 5 to 15 years, we will have deposits in ligaments, tendons. So, if we can, and these are on the bone. Even that will be okay, but bone marrow is also fine for biopsies or site, as a biopsy site. So these are the most common and less invasive sites for Congo staining. But their outcome varies. Outcome here means, or outcome here has to do with sensitivity. What are the chances that we will get a true positive? Sometimes it can be negative, but likely positive because of the site of biopsy collection. We want to look into the sensitivity. Here, with labial salivary glands, there are reports of 1483. First, we look at this. For abdominal wall, up to 1483% sensitivity. For sural nerve, 79.8% likelihood that we will find amyloid fibrils. For the labial salivary gland wall. See, good news, isn't it? Yes, that is good news. That is good news. So, this is what is happening here. The prevailing sensitivity for detecting ATTR amyloid in the belly region. For hereditary, for wild type cases, seems not to be helping. And this was observed 2016. In 2016, there was an observation that sensitivity relatively low compared, when we compare this to air for after relatively low. So that's how it works. Astral nerve is doing well for. I hope you appreciate why this is here. V and not WT. We did mention that most of the hereditary forms of ATTR amyloidosis have PN, polyneuropathy, neurologic related signs. So, sural nerve biopsy is doing well for ATTRV and is recommended site for ATTR amyloidosis detection. When we have deposits in the peripheral nerve, this is what we should expect. Axonal degenerative effect. The small nerve fibers. Also, there will be what? A bedrock of polyneuropathy. No, we can also pick samples from the rectum. Rectal biopsies has also shown to have 81% sensitivity for ATTR amyloidosis. And for the wild type, up to 50% sensitivity. Thank you. Now look into the sample is at hand. The sample has arrived in the lab. What next is what we will be discussing. And you can see from here that to collect a sample from the patient, a lot of talking must be done. Consultation to inform a suitable place to take the sample from. Yes. So, once we have sample in the lab, most available technique is Congo Red. Most available technique. Friendly and also relatively cheaper. And there are other techniques that are being used for research purposes. They work similar to Congo Red, but Congo Red is the gold standard for looking out for amyloid fibers in human bodies. Aside Congo Red staining, another thing we can do here is, we did mention intraepidermal nerve fiber density earlier on as a biomarker, ATTR PN. If we don't want to call it ATTR PN, sometimes we can say it is familiar amyloidogenic polyneuropathy, that is FAB. As we mentioned earlier, we don't just do it for only the patient, but we should have a standard, a control as reference point to inform any changes. So compared to healthy controls, ATTR amyloidosis cases, this is of importance to us and helps in measuring innervation of the epidermis and sweat glands. Aside using Congo Red staining, we have limited available techniques for detecting or using this whole idea of antigen-antibody reaction. Immunostaining, antigen-antibody reaction. It is good, but it is limited. Fortunately, we have an anti-TTR antibody for specific identification of ATTR amyloid. For ATTR, there is an available anti-TTR antibody for this purpose. This is too big for us and rarely used. That has to do with using an electron microscope. It has to do with using an electron microscope. It's not popular, but the results, the outcome is good, but not popular. So, and getting the immunogold staining technique, this is not hard, it's hard to find. immunogold staining material. It's hard to find, but it is available elsewhere, and mostly for research purposes and not commercial usage or hospital-based technique. Very order of the day. Mass spectrometry is the order of the day today. With mass spectrometry, it is just one mind's photo of how genes give us proteins. Proteins are products of genes. So, mass spectrometry, in particular, the liquid chromatographic tandem mass spectrometry, for detecting, precursor proteins. Does it ring a bell now? What it means here is that with this technique, the 20 base pairs of amino acids are packed. It doesn't go for only the matured. That's what it means. And that is why we needed to discuss or mention for you to appreciate what is going on here. With mass spectrometry, we don't go looking for base pairs in the matured region only. The 20 must be packed to make it feasible. And so, short for this is LCMS. MS is mass spectrometry. Having said this, mass spectrometry, genetic testing is on board. It's on board. The assumption here is that we have done the histological staining. We have had a positive, as in we did the staining, congruent staining. We have seen results, and we now want to probe further. We want to probe further to be sure whether it is wild type or a hereditary form of the disease. So as we discussed earlier, if we do the genetic testing, also not so complicated, just 5 mL of blood will do. And from what we have discussed, you will agree with me that Prof in Ivory Coast identifies the case. They suspect they might have run a host of tests, but they can't treat until they are able to tell if it is hereditary or wild type. Just 5 mL of sample to wherever we will put our center, but likely in Ghana, we will send results back to them to inform what to do next. But the good news here is that we will not work alone. Mayo Clinic in the US will provide us with some technical support. The support is not limited to what we are doing now. The focus is worldwide diagnosis. Mayo Clinic does it well and other places. But we are fortunate we will get technical support from Mayo Clinic. With video conferencing or Zoom and other virtual platforms available to us, if we have any concerns, we have cases that we want to talk over, there is room for us to engage in video conferencing to address some of these, some concerns that might matter to us. Not only this, we will continue to give you or provide some evidence synthesis, materials at hand for you to look at, and to avoid limiting it to only our sub-region or Africa. We will publish them open access so that anybody in the world can have access. That is the plan. It's not just limited to PPT. Not just limited to PPT. And let me go deep into, I will be doing deep into mass spectrometry soon. But for now, let's look at why I think, or we think, mass spectrometry is really helpful. Let's look at that. A host of techniques, but we look into limitations of the other testing. There are obviously some limitations. For instance, the anti-TTR antibody, just 3 amyloid type. The ATTR subject matter is available. The AL is also available. The AA is available. Recently, when I say recently, I mean not more than a year ago, I saw a host of calls where a diagnostic facility was giving out anti-AA. And I believe we now know, one might see anti-AA and be wondering what it will be used for. Anti-AA will definitely, a friend actually sent it to me. And I told him this will not work for ATTR amyloidosis. And I hope if you hear of it again, you will know it will not work for ATTR amyloidosis. This is for inflammatory conditions, inflammatory protein misfolding that will lead to inflammatory complications, the AA amyloidosis type. You see where we are heading towards? Yes. So available antibody testing include anti-TTR antibodies, the anti-AL, and also anti-AA. Just 3. Just 3. So obviously, if it is other than these 3, anti will be an issue or a challenge. That is not the only thing. To do this, it's a host of steps. And so, in the end, there is a reduced sensitivity. Positive, yes, but sensitivity might be compromised. It doesn't, just like our malaria testing we have been doing with the antibody testing. Sometimes you look under the microscope and you can find parasites in there. They use the anti thing and the story is different. Same with, so sensitivity is an issue to a large extent. I also did mention that the immunoglobulin reagent is not common. It's not common. And so we definitely cannot use this for routine testing. We can't use this for routine testing. Hello. So knowing that protein is a true reflection of our DNA, knowing that protein is a true reflection of our DNA, mass spectrometry, which is a proteogenomic annotation technique, can be employed to detect and provide evidence of the expression of TTR genome sequence. Don't forget, the expression of TTR genome sequence here has to do with some knowledge of molecular biology. So yesterday we talked about exon and intron. Exon 4, intron 5. This information helps a lot in looking at the length of base pairs that we will be working with. And it will also go a long way to use that to predict costs that might come with the exercise. It will also help us to tell quantum of work we will likely be doing. But how does it really work? How does it really work? Genome, we have databases with genome sequences. In there are a host of databases with genome sequences in there. So when we run our mass spectrometry, what we do is that we try to compare what we have with what is available in the system or on some databases. And that will help us reach a conclusion. Please, if you are hearing some of these things for the first time, it doesn't make it a difficult task at all. The interesting thing about molecular biology is sometimes you just need to work like a computer. Just the protocol is there. So you just need to read with attention to details and then follow. It requires, it's not when you are being told and when you are asked to perform. The story is normally different. For the telling, it can appear very complicated. But when we go to the lab and we start, you might realize that it is even easier than preparing banku. Yes, please. Yes, please. You will likely observe that it is easier than cooking. Anyway, so what we often do here is that we do the sequencing using mass spectrometry. Mass spectrometry is not so common, but we have it in some research facilities in Ghana, though it's not so common. Yes. We won't mention, but there are research facilities in Ghana, especially the centers, those that are known as centers. They have the equipment, but this equipment come in grades. And grades here means cheap to very high. Yes. Yes. But not more than 900,000 Ghana cedis. With between 600 and 900,000 Ghana cedis, one can acquire a mass spectrometric kit, the equipment. Possible. That is possible. But let's look at this. Let's look at this. In the testing, or proteomic testing, do we limit it to only ATTR amyloidosis? We have realized that ATTR amyloidosis cases go hand in hand, as in concomitant with MGUS, MGUS, where MGUS is monoclonal gammopathy of unknown. We don't want to use unknown. You can use undetermined significance. And it has to do with a pre-malignant condition. Showing low levels of monoclonal protein. Okay? That's how it works. That is how it works. And our TTRV122 has shown to have a significant prevalence with good. As in ATTR WT, the wild type, and also hereditary, focus on a variant of interest to us. Happens with AMGUS concomitantly. So sometimes, but why are we discussing this? You see, if we are doing AMGUS testing and possibly we find a positive, and we also realize that the patient still is showing some signs, likely ATTR amyloidosis. And this information should tell us that, there are cases like that out there where it happened concomitantly. So it's not news at all. But you see, what I mentioned earlier, we definitely need to help the health system with evidence synthesis. All these are evidences out there. But if we have not observed them in our health facility, we have never recorded such a case before, what happens if we record it? If we have a scheme in place where are synthesized and information given out to our respective health facilities, it might help us in one way or the other. I recall a doctor friend, who sent a patient to India for cancer treatment. They were now looking into most appropriate option to choose from. And what we discussed, or what I just talked about, is something I have been discussing with him. So he got back to me and said, so what is the evidence? What available evidence is there? The doctor mentioned A, B, C treatment. But so which one do you think we should go out for? Then I said, give me a day. And this is what we actually did. We had to go into databases to search the various treatments the doctor mentioned and which one we have had reports to be doing better or giving favorable outcome. And that was shared with them to inform making a choice. But we need to be part. As health professionals, we should also, I know, the burden is the numbers. The burden is the numbers. But for ATTR amyloidosis, with a center in place, we will likely support most health facilities with some evidence synthesis and also support with reducing the burden by directing and guiding on publications and all that. Personally, for cancer, way back 2019, I realized that case reports in the early or mid-1950s was more frequent than today for cancer. Anyway, so back to purpose. This is it. Next slide, please. Next slide. Again, we won't limit it to only MIGOS, but also AL amyloidosis testing. Sometimes, some cases of AL are similar to that of ATTR amyloidosis, except that some cues could be used to help us guess right. Because there are a few differences here. For Migus and AL cases, the presence of monoclonal paraprotein can be done using serum, that is blood or urine. And here, a host of immunofixation techniques and gel electrophoresis are often used to guide in their detections, lab-based, of course, and can be done with right reagents available to us. We can do all this. And this technique is something that can be done. But of course, we are hoping that we won't just limit this forum to talking. We will see how we can get policymakers involved. It is very essential because we don't use salaries to get this equipment, do we? We need government support. And we need government support here means that we must involve policymakers in our dealings. So, not only do we do laboratory testing, but there is also an interplay of physical examination, especially for ear. If you look into the medical history and also looking into organ function testing, you will likely be able to take this out and have only this most likely issue to look into. Now to the blood biomarkers we talked about. Mayo Clinic has a model for staging of ATTR amyloidosis. But before we look into the staging, let's look at the values. For a greater than 0.05 micrograms per liter CTs and T. This is the normal. The normal or a healthy person will have 0.01 to 0.4 grams per liter of CT and T. What about the NT-proBNP? What about that? More than 300, more than 3,000 ng per L for this. Requires some suspicion or checking. Age, these values are also age related. You will find it will not be the same as somebody who is younger. But of course, the older, most likely, the values will be what? Higher. Because tissues are worn out. Damages will be more as we age. So, for National Amyloidosis Center, this is in the UK. As for Mayo Clinic, we know it is in the US. For the National Amyloidosis Center, NAC in They also have a model for diagnosis. This is what they observed. But they did not use CT anti. They used the anti-pro-BNP values and also the EGFR values to establish a diagnostic procedure. And that has to do with more than 3,000 of the anti-pro-BNP together with less than 45 ml per minute per 173 square of EGFR has been used and it's working for most health facilities. I hope it's okay. That is for cardiac related. All that we have discussed so far is cardiac related. For nerve related biomarker, we mentioned the SNL. And there is a range of figures at age 60. At age, for healthy control, this is what we should expect. For ATTR amyloidosis, 4-fold increase in the value. I don't know if you can see that. Look at the range. And see the range for ATTR. We can use this, the lower range. Compare this with the. Can you see it's almost 4 times? So there is a 4-fold higher S, that is serum, and FL. If you don't like to use serum, you can use plasma for that. And this also helps with neurologic related diagnosis. So these are the staging systems. These are the staging systems. Stage 1, you will find these. But I want you to guess. Would you say if it this, that, and that? Most likely, this is stage 1. Stage 2 is increasing. EGFR is decreasing. Stage 3, anti-increase. EGFR is dropping. So with this, we have stage 1, 2, and 3 scheme of diagnosis depending on the result or outcome. Yes, yes, yes. Hello. For neurologic, we can have stage 0 normal up to 4. And this has to do with activity, what we can do, and how well we do it. So with this, the patient has a learn-dependent sensory autonomic symptoms with no motor deficit. For stage 2, there's a minor motor disturbance, but they can walk without any supporting device or aid. When this happens, this is where we place it. For third stage, a major motor disturbance, and they will need something to support them walk. This is the bedridden stage, the very last one, stage 4. The patient is bedridden. That is it for invasive. That is it for invasive diagnosis of ATTR amyloidosis. Thank you.
All right, we can do better. Let's have another hand. Yes, so as usual, if you have a question, kindly write it. Kindly write your questions, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I still come back to what we discussed yesterday. Now, are we satisfied and convinced that there is importance of screening and we need to know whether people have it? Well, Dr. Pierre Kubi has done very well, a lot of scientific, but most of us were sleeping at a certain point because how many of us are pathologists in this room? Pathologists, well done. So for him, that is perfect. Okay, who is a lab technician, laboratory, who works in the laboratory? So you see that the scientific part and what is presenting is very good for you and something to take home. But for us, the floor members, I still come back with my, is it important to know? And I'll give you a scenario. Who is doing a lot of endoscopies in this room? Endoscopy, other upper GI or lower GI endoscopy. Where is Dude? Where is Dr. Dude? Yes. We've worked together in the endoscopy suite. And when he started giving symptoms, I said, wow. And then when I was reflecting some of the things I see. So you go do upper GI endoscopy, you see eosinophil patches in the entire esophagus. Ura happy, esophageal trash. Now you treat esophageal trash, the patient is coming back again with a complaint. Wow. Now I'll write to him and say, my brother, I saw esophageal trash. I've treated it, no results. Now I think I went to Kumasi and I heard about amyloidosis. Could you please, let's look at that. Then he will go further. And then once we have the family history, then I will not even think about it as, okay, this could be an option. Please, my brother, please, let's see whether you can find signs or histopathology signs of amyloidosis. You've got PUD. And in Ghana, we all love PUD. Epigastric pain, PUD. Hurrah! You treat for 3 weeks. The patient comes back with the same complaint. PUD again, 3 weeks. The patient comes back, still we are treating PUD. We don't think of pancreatitis. And amyloidosis can affect the pancreas. We don't think about other things. So everything is PUD, PUD, PUD. Well, go home. You are giving us trouble too much. We can't find the causes of your symptoms. We are tired of you. It is time to think about amyloidosis. Then especially if you screen, my sister, if you screen and you know that this family, this is the family history, it will help you because the treatment is different. Then let me give you a scenario. Someone comes with diarrhea, bloody stool, diarrhea. You go in and do colonoscopy. You see this inflammation. Skip lesions, we call them. Skip lesions means that you see it here, the inflammation is there. You move forward, the inflammation is not there. You go to the next session, the inflammation is there. We call it endoscopy sign, colonoscopy sign, or endoscopy sign as skip lesions. Once you see these skip lesions, hurrah, constipation, diarrhea, everything, yes, I got it. It's a Crohn's disease, or it's ulcerative colitis. So you treat it, it comes back, and the histopathology findings from what I checked is similar because it affects the musculus proparia, submucosa, and then even the serous. And once you see this, that's a Crohn's disease. You continue to treat your Crohn's disease without results. You become angry with the patient. What do you do? I don't know, we are doing very well, but you are not. And that is why I'm stressing the emphasis on the fact that, you see, if you don't have money, if you are poor, everything looks expensive. Even your car maintenance looks expensive. Buying a tie for your car, you prefer a second hand. That's what poverty would do. So, oh, tie with you. When I go and people are, with your monopile, it's a brand new tie. I say, what is a brand new tie? So you're afraid to buy a new tie, which is expensive. But try accidentally, let's see which one will be more expensive. And that is always the thinking of those of us who are from poor environment. We think that this is a luxury. So why do we screen, even if we cannot do full blood count? Why do you want us to do this? And in most instances, we are left behind development on all aspects of life. So I'm convinced that if you have it, and we have the opportunity as a nation to screen it, to help us a lot in some of the conditions that we are treating with our results, and then we end up saying, what do you Thank you very much.
Wow.
Oh,
Prof has given us something to think of.
I wanted to add something to what he said. Let me just give some ray of hope. I know in Ghana today, out of all the testing that Dr. Pierre mentioned, there are a few that we can do in Ghana. I think from number 1 to 3, we have the facility in the country to do. For example, Congo Red, immunostaining, including the IHC that you mentioned. In Kolebu, in Kofu Anoche, the facilities are there to do immunostaining. The only thing is, if you suspect it, you have to request for the antibody. You don't buy the antibody ready until you have cases that you want to do, because amyloidosis is not a common thing in our environment. So that's one ray of hope. It's only from immunogold and spectrometry that may be not available. Those ones are reserved for research purposes. Now, Prof was talking about histopathology and all that. In my own experience, most of the amyloidosis that we have seen, they were just incidental findings. The doctors were not suspecting it, and we peaked. And I can tell you, we peaked in the GI, endoscopy. They were thinking of IBD, and lo and behold, it was amyloidosis. So I think one of the things that, inflammatory bowel disease, and that's Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. So we know that the presentation very similar, and at histology, you just see this deposit. And for those that are experienced pathologists, you could actually use common H&E, that's hematoxylin and eosin, which is readily available everywhere in our sub-region, to pick amyloid. The only difference is you won't be able to say it is AA or AL or whatever, but at least first step, you know it's amyloid. And with what we are doing now, that can be taken further. And if you see amyloid, for example, in Ghana, if you talk to him, the tissue could be sent to Mayo Clinic, and they can do all the other testings for you to determine whether it is TTR, it is AL, or it is AA, for example. They can even go into mass spectrometry or genetic testing. Because the way you can do genetic testing on blood, you can also do it on your tissue. So for some of us that are technologists in the histopathology lab, if you have your blocks, they can do all this testing on that block without going back to the patient to even collect blood sample. All right? That is something that we need to know. And I think that we should not start looking at it as highfalutin thing. There are some simple testing that can be done in all our countries in West Africa that will actually lead to us suspecting. I've seen quite, not many, but the few cases I've seen of amyloidosis, they were incidental findings. Doctors were not thinking along that line. We just speak, and they had to go back to start asking questions. But I think from today, I think when we are not getting so much treatment, like Professor Tabiri mentioned, you have been treating your PUD. I've seen in the gastric biopsy before, and I've also seen in rectal biopsy. They were treating PUD, and lo and behold, this was the deposit. And they went back to start asking questions and found out that there was more to the PUD than what they were treating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. I know when Dr. Piakubi finished, because of the plenty lab things, science and all that, we were becoming somehow discouraged. But the few words from Prof and then the histopathologist has given us some hope to know that there are things we can do at our various places, and even if it is one or two, we will be able to help them. Start writing your questions, please.
So I'm just asking that since this is a project looking at a nationwide something, yes, the first step is creating awareness so that we are aware that, yes, amyloidosis exists. But maybe it's not common because, like yesterday, we were told, or we all know that we've not been looking for it. And therefore, can the project mark some institutions, and then we look for them to confirm it, like the synthesis evidence that he was talking about. Maybe Kolebu, Konfanoche, some institutions, there are labs, histo labs there. We, as part of the project, we get them the reagents. Then it's like research. We look for it. Instead of when we get the case, trying to get back to him, that would be a bit, I think, difficult, and it won't let us get the actual figures that we want. So maybe as part of the project in Ghana, and therefore we mark some institutions, then actively look for them so that we get the actual figure. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
And I think, like we discussed earlier on, remember the treatment. We said treatment is not, there's no treatment, but you can manage it. And the management, for example, if you got signs of PUD and it's going back and forth, the treatment will not be usual, the PPI, antacid. But the treatment is steroids, the same like you are treating myeloma. Steroids, and then other medication, which is different from the main treatment of PUD. So you'll be treating PUD and you will not win. But with this method of treatment, he said you can, there's no cure, but I think you can prolong life and you can relieve the symptoms. Thank you.
Maybe, you know, the healthcare system, we have levels. So if you are the primary healthcare level, then if you identify a case and it's beyond you, then you have to shift it to the next healthcare level. So I would just suggest that if you are the primary care level and then you have a case beyond you, just try to shift it to the appropriate quarters. Otherwise, if you go and start steroid in somebody, because that is also an issue. So always what is beyond you, just try and shift it to the appropriate level.
So please, if you have a question for Prof, you raise your hand. If you have a question for Dr. Piakubi, you write it, raise your hand, I'll come for it.
Okay, so my question is to Prof. With the
Tabiri.
Prof. Tabiri, sure. So currently we are just creating awareness. I think we've all agreed that treatment should be based on diagnosis. Unless a diagnosis is established, you don't have the power or the authority to treat. So with the creating of the awareness, currently we don't know the prevalence in Ghana. And we are trying to get that and make it known to the policy makers, the significance of integrating it in our care or our management. So of the view that in line with the creating of the awareness and based on what Prof said, some of the labs can be done with the Congo Red. At least it tells that there is amyloidosis. So at the primary healthcare level, is it possible to include the policymakers into getting such a reagent for at least staining or getting to know if clients have amyloidosis? In case a prescriber is suspecting it, can we have the basic or the ones that can be used to test at least, so that if you should pick up something like that, then you can refer to the places that can carry on with it? That's my...
Okay, thank you. I think I'll still go by what my colleague and the sister said. At the primary level, there's a treatment guideline. So you start with the basis. If, for example, you treated your PUD for 3 weeks, and then you repeat it for another 3 weeks or 2 weeks, whatever is in the treatment protocol, the one that book, and you don't get results, it's better you go to the next level. Correct. That is what my sister and the colleague said. The other thing I would like to say is that, you see, we don't jump to talk to the policymakers, make it available. The first thing you do is to create awareness. If you don't know how to drink this water, and you are given the water, how do you drink it? So first is to create awareness, and that is what the funder will look for. The Mayo Clinic, which is funding this project, that's what they are looking for. They don't jump and say, policymakers, I've heard about this, provide me with the reagent. They said first, create the awareness, let everybody knows about it. And before even you conduct a study to know the prevalence or the incidence, the awareness has to be there. If the awareness is not there, if I hadn't come for this program and I've not been associated with this program, what I will see out the endoscopy, I'll tell him I suspect Crohn's disease. And he will put in a lot of effort to confirm the Crohn's disease until something happened and he said, no, hang on, let me. And he doesn't know even the patient history, that the patient has undergone treatment with that effect. Some of them who are friendly will call you and say, give me the history. And then you give the history, and then he will marry the history with the findings and be able to give you a comprehensive report. So let's go with my sister and my colleague, get a suspicion, use the guideline, first line of treatment, second line. If it's not working, then it clicks and say, oh, I may be dealing with amyloidosis. Go forward. So the first stage is create awareness, then all things shall be added unto you. Thank you.
Sorry, before, histopathology is not a primary care testing. So you can't bring histopathology to primary care. What he has said, and my sister there, very valid. So for primary care physicians, just like he said, do the normal treatment, first, second, and you are not getting result, please push it. Histopathology starts from secondary, but unfortunately in Ghana, histopathology is a tertiary testing, but elsewhere from secondary to tertiary. So in Ghana, because you are going to need histopathology, you have to refer to the teaching hospitals where those facilities are available. So you have to understand your own local system and know where to refer. Because if you refer to secondary care, maybe the regional hospitals, then they will start their own, and treatment is delayed. So we need to understand the local system and know where to refer when you have such cases. Thank you.
Daddy, thank you. We've heard you well. By my facility, we have some of the specialists, the 5 specialists that he was talking about, the gastro, the urologist, the neurologist, and the cardiologist, and all those things. We have them, and we had the special clinic for a lot of years. But when we refer a case to the higher level, we are expecting that maybe what you started, this is what we have seen, but we won't get anything from them. Yes. So now we don't know whether we are helping to bring out the diagnosis, or we just push it up, then it gets stuck over there. Because once we're having a urology case, we send the patient a cath for radiation. But for us to realize the patient didn't get the radiation, but he was rather put on an expensive medication. It came back because the hospital have to refund the money. That's why we heard something about it. And my doctor said, no, I didn't refer for medication. I refer for. So such things is really worrying us. So we know whether we are the people helping or the higher institutions. So that one, too, please, you have to help us with that one.
Well, wherever, Ghana now, the college, the nursing college that we have in the system, there's doctors' college, the pharmacy college. So they are training so that at all the regional and district hospitals, they will get specialists and send them, like he's saying. So if you are even a physician assistant and you are in a hospital where you have those specialists, when you get a case, you have to consult those specialists before you bypass them and say that you are sending to Confanocho or to Kolebo. Because in that system, there are levels of people in that same facility. When you come to Confanoche, there are levels. We have house officers, we have residents, we have specialists, we have consultants. So there are levels. You don't just bypass. The moment you bypass one system, it will create this thing. Maybe the case that you thought that he will need radiation, but the specialist, when he saw, he recommended what the patient will need. So if you want a feedback, just you write it nicely when you are referring, that please, there's a column for feedback, and that person will give you feedback. You get it? So if you want a feedback, follow up and get that feedback. You get it? No, specialists, we have different levels. So. Like me, I'm let me say, I'm a what? I'm a nephrologist, not like I'm a kidney specialist. But when you come to Confanoche, we have physician specialists that they do rotations in nephrology, so they can do something. But maybe the case ended up with that person. So there are levels, and the knowledge is not the same. Do you get it?
I think, Madam, we are diverting a little bit. And these emotions and this sentiment comes out always, and often all the time when you meet healthcare professionals in Ghana. I think what he's saying borders on humility. And we are not people who are humble. That's period. We are not humble people. Sometimes we pretend that we are humble, but we are not. Let someone among us become an MP that you have been calling every day. The next time when he wants to be an MP, when you call him any point in time, he will pick. But let dude who is my friend become an MP tomorrow. Anytime I called him, he will tell you that, no, I'm busy. Or assistant will pick the call. I don't see why a patient is referred to you and then you do something and you get a finding or you treat that patient. and you don't call the person who referred the patient to you, number one, that is a high-level disrespect. It takes you to be, I don't know how to describe it. It takes you to be so pompous not to call back a colleague, whether a nurse, physician, assistant, a doctor, and then you don't call by courtesy and the principle of health care. Then, excuse me for my word, then it means we are losing our humanity, because we are human beings first before we become specialists, before we become professors, before we become MPs. But most often, we as people get to those positions and we lose our humanity. Because it is unfair for someone to send a patient to you and you don't call back. People sending endoscopy to me from Boga, Wa. If I see something, I said, oh, did the doctor indicate the number, the telephone number? I'll pick a phone. I say, this is what you referred to me. This is what you suspected. This is my finding. These are the options. The next step. You help that person to learn. And you also learn. But it's our character, it's our culture. I'm the boss. I'm specialist. Anyone below me, no, I won't take a phone and call you. So all this thing coming out is borders on culture and tradition. That when you are boss, when you are father, whatever you say is final. And that's what we are practicing. So let's not divert, madam. Let's not divert. Let's talk about amyloidosis. The healthcare systems, we'll talk about it at the next forum or at the next platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. This is the very last question. When Dr. Kubi answer this, then we go for our snack break and come. If you have any other question, you write it when we come back.
Yes, there's a question on the floor. And I think the one asking is requesting a recap on aspects of NT-proBNP, CT, NT, and EGFR for laboratory with a focus on cardiac related diagnostics of ATTR amyloidosis. There are reference values we need to use for this purpose. Naturally or under normal healthy conditions, the value for CT-NT is about 0.01 to 0.04 microgram per liter. But you see, if we do the CT-NT and we are getting a value higher than 0.05 microgram per liter for CT-NT, that is an issue or should be of concern to us. And for, say you have 145 nanogram per liter, (75 years old), less than 450 nanogram per liter over 75-year-old subjects. Mayo Clinic has employed a model to help us stage the diagnosis. And, could you, next slide, please, next slide. For NT-proBNP, more than 3,000 nanograms per liter. With an EGFR value of less than 45 mil. We know this is terminal driving towards renal failure, where values of about EGFR is about 45. We expect normal values above 60. But here, 45, even less, for EGFR. Within a minute, area of about 1.75 squared. As I said, compared to, this is the normal, 60 and above for healthy persons. And then we should be suspecting ATTR amyloidosis, most likely the wild type. Okay? Thank you. There's a question here about full blood count. Use of full blood count for ATTR suspicion. When we talk, that's why yesterday I kept pointing at these. We need to look into the symptoms. Mostly, these are red flags, heart-related and all that. So FBS is not often used, but we look for biomarkers that are associated with heart and nerve to form basis for diagnosis of ATTR amyloidosis. And so you realize that we kept hitting on the kidney measurements or biomarkers that have something to do with renal failure or kidney damage. We also looked at the myocardial, and CT-NT came to play, plus NT-proBNP. So FBC, full blood count, not used. And there is no basis to use that. Thank you.
All right, so if anybody have any questions, just write it after break. You raise your hand, then we address it. So we can go for our snack break now. Let me just find out from them. They should come here. Are they taking chips? Please just get to the table, pick a chit, and go for your snack. answered questions from the previous presentation? All right. The next presentation will be non-invasive diagnostic techniques for, the neuro-related non-invasive techniques. And to do that for us is Dr. Gloria Chem. So let's welcome her with a hand of applause. Name, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think the time will be good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here. Can I have somebody help me with this? Okay. So I'll just do a brief introduction in a way, sort of just to launch us into my presentation, which is a really brief one. I think from everything we've had from yesterday to today, you would all agree with me that amyloidosis is a great mimic of many diseases. The few clinicians here around me, and from what Professor Tebri said earlier on and all the other people I earlier said, you can see somebody in the clinic who will come to you with a symptom that can be from so many other things. And from what we are going to talk about, when you look at neurology, if somebody comes to you and says they have pain in their legs, it can be due to so many other things. I sat here and I saw Dr. Piakubi talk about a whole list of things that can do peripheral neuropathy. So many of them. When you look at cardiovascular diseases, they are endless. When you look at the genetic diseases, endless. Infectious diseases, we don't even want to go there. What that means is that more awareness needs to be created, really. That is why we are here. The idea is to make us understand that there's something out there that can do all the many things we see in the clinics every day. So if somebody comes to you, at least based on the presentation I'm going to have, comes to you and tells you that they have numbness in their feet or they have paresthesias and it's worse at night, and the first thing we would all think about is, oh, are you diabetic? You do your fasting blood sugar is normal. Glycated hemoglobin is normal. This patient is 40 years of age, doesn't have any other risk factors for cardiovascular disease. There's no family history necessarily of what they are presenting with. We're saying here today that you should think that there's a possibility that could this be due to amyloidosis? Then we take the further steps to be able to diagnose it. Yesterday, I was here briefly. We talked about, a lot of us asked questions. Okay, so if we don't know the prevalence in Ghana, why are we even bothering ourselves to do all of this? The one thing I could think about was sickle cell disease. I'm sure all of us know that there's sickle cell screening in almost every healthcare center when you go to here in Ghana. And it is because at a certain point, we realized that there were certain people who were presenting to the clinics with particular things we could not explain by all that we had seen. So you had a child who was going to come to you, the mother gives birth, and then within a month, the child comes on admission 5 times. You wonder, what is this? And they're always getting infections. Sometimes they come, they pee, it looks like coke. You wonder what it is. Then we found out that, oh, there's something actually out there called sickle cell disease. So then we needed to raise the awareness. That is exactly what we are doing here. We want people to know that there's something called amyloidosis, just as how we first discovered sickle cell, and now we screen it, and everybody, now when we are going to get married, they'll come and say, oh, have you checked your sickle cell status? You need to make sure you're not AS because of all the things. Truly, if the awareness had not been created so that we find more people with the disease, then we screen for them. By screening for them, we get to see more of them, do more research, which I think that's Dr. Piakubi's number 1 sermon he's been preaching since yesterday. Do more research into them, understand the disease, see how best we can investigate it and treat it and make our lives better. I am going to briefly talk about the neurologic-related non-invasive transthyretin amyloidosis diagnosis. I will briefly go through, next slide. I will briefly go through the quantitative sensory testing. I should say that the procedures I'm going to talk about are mostly research-based. Most of these diagnostic procedures are not necessarily procedures you find it being done in our everyday, even in tertiary institutions. But at least with the little study I've done on amyloidosis, what I've also realized is that, first of all, it needs a multidisciplinary approach. So it means that I cannot sit alone in Confanoche with one boss of mine and say that this patient has amyloidosis. That's not how it works. So if you find a patient you think has peripheral neuropathy, you've ruled out all the possible causes you can think about. Even when you bring the patient to me, in whatever capacity I may work in as a physician specialist, I'm supposed to collaborate with the rheumatologist, with the nephrologist, with the orthopedic surgeon, and all the other disciplines they are, the pathologist, all of them, the research scientists, so that with that committee, we all bring our expertise in and say that, okay, so this pattern of peripheral neuropathy we're seeing is a bit out of the norm than we're used to. And then do we go further to ask, okay, so apart from the neuroscience we're having, is there anything else this patient is presenting with or could have had in the past or is yet to have? Maybe they might be developing subtle signs that could point to amyloidosis. We put all of that together and then we make a diagnosis. Because even in the US, the major center that does this is Mayo Clinic, out of all the 50 states in the US. So the idea is we're raising awareness, we come together, we find a specialized center that can do all of this for us in the whole of West Africa to make our lives better, and then we can prolong the lives of all the people that we take care of. The first one I want to talk about is quantitative sensory testing. So the main idea for this is you get a patient, and then we essentially want to test the patient's pain threshold. So you use anything that can simulate pain. So some people, for this testing, they use cold and warm. So I guess anything that's cold, you can just think crudely like you get an ice block sort of thing, and then you expose the patient to the cold substance, and then you're trying to test how well they feel the cold, the threshold at which they feel the cold. You do the same thing for the warm temperature, and then you measure the temperature at which they feel. So if I'm doing cold, how cold do I have to get before the patient tells me, oh, I feel that this is cold? If I'm doing warm, how warm or how high should the temperature be before the client will tell you that they feel the warmth? And then they measure this and compare. And you realize that in patients who have transthyretin amyloidosis have relatively higher levels. So if it is warmth, the temperatures have to be higher. If it's cold, the temperatures have to be relatively lower before they feel it. Okay. So we're saying that generally the threshold levels and limits of warmth and cold are higher in the feet and in the hands, which is normal for every other patient. But there's significant decrease in values with increasing age, more so because of all the neuropathy changes that occurs as a patient ages. The TSA machine is used to deliver constant intensity of the stimuli, and you use an algorithm to sort of interpret the findings that you get. In a study of the skin with nerve pathology, this procedure was carried out on the foot of the dorsum, and the study of the subjects were compared with values of normal patients. Next slide. So, the study results showed relatively higher dorsum warm-cold threshold in ATTR amyloidosis from asymptomatic carriers to patients compared to the normative values, with a deterioration of these threshold temperatures progressively with increasing stage of ATTR hereditary peripheral neuropathy or familial amyloidogenic polyneuropathy. Exactly what I summarized before. Next slide. Okay, so we'll move on. Next one, please. So we'll move on to the nerve conduction studies. Again, similar thing. And I should also mention that most of these studies are also done for a lot of the conditions that will present with peripheral neuropathy. So the commonest one is this one, the nerve conduction study. Peripheral neuropathy has to do with nerves. The nerves are unable to conduct at the rate they should conduct. As we sit here, you look at me and you understand everything I'm saying. I'm sure we all agree that it is because the nerves are firing at a very high rate. That is why you're able to understand. So if there's a problem with the conduction system, like you take an electricity wire, if there's a problem with the conduction system, the rate of transmission is going to be reduced. And so when you put on your light, you see that there's a bulb back there that is probably twitching. The problem may be with the bulb or the wires that are conducting the electricity. In the same way, with the nerve conduction studies, you sort of stimulate a particular muscle through, and the muscle will only get the electrical impulses through a nerve. Once you have done that, you are able to measure the output of what you have put in. So most of the time, if there's a neuropathy, there's a reduced output that you would measure. That's what we do for the nerve conduction studies. Next slide. Okay. So you put in a particular volt, and then you try to see the outputs that they'll get. And again, because ATTR will cause a peripheral neuropathy, there'll be a reduced output. If you compare it with the normal people, an example, say you have an output of 10. For normal people, you have to input 5 to get 10. In ATTR, to be able to get the output of 10, you definitely have to go above 5, sometimes even 10. Just an example. CDRs I'm talking about. So in this case, based on how much input they put in and output they get, you sort of grade the scores based on an algorithm which they put in. Next slide. Good. So the last thing I want to talk about is the autonomic function test. So for most of these patients, we mainly look at autonomic function in terms of blood vessel, in terms of how we get how blood pressure is generated, how the heart pumps, and all of that. So they use an electromyogram who does this, and the test is done at rest, and forced breathing is repeated 3 times, and the average values again has to be compared with the normal to be able to see where the abnormality is for the peripheral neuropathy or the autonomic neuropathy we were talking about. So we said, and the average values compared with normative age-related standards of control and SSR, the PALM and the SOL were evaluated for asymptomatic ATTR carriers and ATTR amyloidosis patients, where the interpretation is absent or present in no records of values due to variation in the latencies of the amplitude. Next slide. Okay. The one before this one. Okay. So in addition, reference electrodes were placed at the dorsum surfaces of the hand and the foot, and then 5 consecutive electrical stimuli of intensity range of 10 to 12 milliamperes and a duration of 0.2 milliseconds were delivered to the median nerve at the wrist at irregular intervals greater than 30 seconds, and the readings were made at the same time from the lower upper limb using the band pass ranging from 2 to 2,000 hertz for the lower and 2 to 5,000 hertz for the upper limbs, while the input sensitivity ranged from 50 to 500 microvolts depending on the response. Next slide. Okay, so what they did was after they had done all of this, they used the algorithm to calculate the mean RRIV in healthy control at rest and deep breathing, and they got 17.78% and 36.30 respectively, while the latency SSR values for in lower and upper limbs for healthy controls were 1.8 seconds and 1.39 seconds respectively. And disease states often record significantly lower corresponding RRIV values, but the studies by Keo and Toll in 2019. Is there a next slide for me? Okay, that will be the end of mine. Just as a brief summary, I think so. We've talked about 3 ways we use, at least for research purposes, to go through how to pick up the neuropathic changes we find in amyloidosis. We spoke about the quantitative testing. We did the conduction nerve studies, and then the autonomic studies as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chem. Let's give him another hand of applause. Yes. So I'll give the mic to Doc, and I will walk around to take your questions.
Hello. My question is with regards to the pain threshold testing. You gave some figures. Can you My question is with regards to the pain threshold testing. Can you explain a bit more about the temperatures of the water, warm, cold, and with relation to the amyloidosis? Is it warmer, colder, or the vice versa?
Thank you. I'll get the slide. Okay, so to answer your question, what I should say is most of these values are my research. I do quantitative sensory testing, and I use a particular threshold. I will publish my findings. You do yours, you publish your finding. Then we finally set up, and usually most of these things, they'll sit down as a cohort of intellectuals and experts in the field, and then they'll look at all the research that has come out based on the threshold temperatures they used and the findings they got, and which one was significant in terms of using all these research measures, the odds ratio and all of those things, depending on what kind of study they did, to determine the threshold. So this is only an example of somebody's research they did in the lab and the thresholds they chose. It may not necessarily be the chosen threshold, say, when you go to Mayo Clinic they use. This is just an example of somebody's research. So have I answered the question?
Yes. So I want to find out these temperature thresholds, are they specific for amyloidosis? And how sensitive are they in picking the condition?
So no, they are not specific. Remember when I was starting, I said amyloidosis is a big mimic of a lot of conditions. So anybody who comes with peripheral neuropathy will most likely present with these things. But what we do is you look at the pattern of the results you're getting. That is what you use. Of course, not pattern alone, because we know that when we come to medicine, we don't treat labs, we treat the human body. So you look at the symptoms the patient is presenting to you with. When you examine them clinically, what did you find? Your initial labs to rule out, what did you get? Then when I went to the lab to do these investigations, what is the pattern that I'm finding? Because, example, when you take diabetes, we have a lot of experience with diabetes and the sort of pattern it will give us when we do quantitative sensory testing. And so if the pattern I'm getting for this said patient is not similar to that I expect for diabetes, then I start to look elsewhere, and then it brings in the possibility that this may be due to amyloidosis. But again, it doesn't stand alone. You need all the other things to sort of fit in for it to be able to make sense. I don't know if I answered your question. Thank you.
Dr. Chen, thank you for your presentation. That was snappy, I must say. My question is that, still on the quantitative sensory testing you just talked about, is there any particular rating scale for measuring the pain, measuring the pain threshold of patients? Is there any parameter that was used to measure the pain threshold of patients with amyloidosis? Thank you.
By parameter, do you mean what do they use to determine the normal values?
Yes.
Also on consensus. So they definitely have to use patients who they have done with these tests on who are normal, and emphasis is on normal. So patients who have no peripheral neuropathy, they don't have risk factors for any of these diseases, are considered quote and unquote normal. So you do it for those patients, and then you get their threshold. But you cannot use one patient, because even as we sit here, our pain threshold is different. And my pinch here, she won't even win. I just touch somebody and the person will say, Ajay. So they do it for multiple patients, and then they sort of find an average. use that to be able to compute a norm, I should say, or an average value as the normal.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I would like to link ECHO with NT-Pro BNP. And I think this question will go to Dr. Appiah Kobi.
Okay.
Please, if you have any question for Dr. Chim. Dr. Chim.
Chem.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the vast limitation of the warmth threshold since it is very subjective. So what can be done about that?
So that's what I said. A lot of these, to be able to objectively comment on a lot of these tests, you have to have a normal. And the normal is not based on one person. I don't know if you get the point I'm making. So to be able to compute that, say, the normal warmth temperature for anybody to feel it from their feet, example, the temperature has to be 37.8. To be able to say that, you should have done this quantitative sensory testing on a whole number of patients. I mean, number of normal people. It cannot even be 100. You need a larger number to be able to accommodate the subjectivity of how sensitive we are to pain. Because as an example I gave, somebody might wants to just touch, and somebody, you have to literally punch them. So you do this test on all the normal people, find the various values they all get, which supposedly will be the norm. Then you compute some sort of average to be able to use to compare with these. I haven't seen one. At least I know in my institution, no. But because they are done in research centers, really high-level research centers. I'm sure there might be some place in Ghana that does, but I'm not aware of it.
All right. I just want to make about this quantitative sensory testing. You keep talking about normal, subjective, even within the limits of normality. Based on what is projected, there's a lot of subjectivity in it. I fail to see how much this will inform decision making because it's too subjective. And you try to explain the subjectivity by saying within a normal population. What do you define as normal population? And even within that normal population, you keep making reference to subjectivity comes in there. So how reliable will any information from this quantitative sensory testing be?
So I would ask you a question first. No, can you give the microphone? I would ask you. I'm sure you've heard about meta-analysis.
Yes.
Good. So the point I'm trying to make is, even in the research world, if I sit in my lab and I do this for 100 patients, nobody somewhere, no institutional body. So example, if you take the world body that is trying to deal with amyloidosis, will not take just my research and based on it to say that because my patients' thresholds were, for the warmth thresholds were between 35.7 to 37.39, because of that, that is what we are using to say if you do not feel that at that temperature, or it has to go to that temperature before you feel it, you have amyloidosis. No.
Yes, I get your point.
Okay.
Then even if this study from Lynn is based on maybe, how do we call it, a meta-analysis data, I think maybe make that information clearer because based on this, it's quite subjective.
I'm not saying it is.
It's not.
It's not. I'm
then
only
it's not reliable.
So this is only to illustrate what is done and to make us understand that that is a procedure that can be done. The emphasis is not on the results is used to diagnose amyloidosis.
Right.
That's not the emphasis. So it is to make us understand that this is a procedure out there that is done to be able for us to understand what the quantitative sensory testing is. And because most of this is research-based, we get a paper of somebody who has done it in the lab and the values they had. But it is in no way meaning that that is what is used to diagnose peripheral neuropathy.
My last comment on this. If I'm getting it right, due to issues pertaining to this. Can someone also say if you use that means to assess whether the person has peripheral neuropathy, you should go further to do more specific determination to see whether amyloidosis is implicated in such a person?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Please, if you have any question for Dr. Chem, you raise your hand. If no more questions, can we give her a hand?
Sorry, it's not a question, but I'm happy my brother understands his. So I think Gloria started by saying that it's a pattern you look at. So maybe you have a history, you have examination, it's pointing to one direction. So there are a series of tests that you want to do. And these are not confirmatory tests, so it will still be adding up to your suspicion. So I think that's all the story is about. It's not a confirmatory, it adds up to make your case stronger. Hope you are okay.
There is something that has to do with ACC guidelines use. This has to do with cardiac. They are into cardiac-related steps or guidelines to help us in diagnosis of cardiovascular diseases, mostly hypertension, heart failure, and so on. The question here is the AHA ACC guidelines use NT-pro BNP as a biomarker for HFrEF, and that is the heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. But here he's making reference to reduced ejection fraction. And I suggest you read it to them. I have an idea, but I suggest you read it to them. Hello.
So what I want to say is that the AHA ACC guidelines use NT-pro BNP as a biomarker for heart failure with reduced ejection to the recommendation of sacubitril valsartan for its management. And in your presentation, you made mention of the fact that NT-pro BNP is also a marker for amyloidosis. So I'm trying to ask if there's something they are missing, since it's the same biomarker that is being used in both conditions, and the way forward, if in the foreseeable future they are going.
Thank you very much. This question will help you and I appreciate research into ATTR amyloidosis. There are guidelines for various diseases, as we mentioned earlier, diabetes and so on and so forth. It has raised an issue of guidelines for cardiovascular diseases, right? That is okay. The guidelines are there, but mostly every area tries to. There's always an interplay. As in, we are into this, you are into that. So much as there are guidelines, what ATTR amyloidosis, those into ATTR amyloidosis do is that they try to look into how unique certain measurements or guidelines appear differently from what ATTR patients get, and then use that to inform decision making. So, in this talk, we haven't made any reference to NTP as far as guidelines is concerned. But there is a mention that has to do with the NHAC guidelines for staging heart failure. So tomorrow, that will be tomorrow, when we start looking into the clinical significance of amyloid fibrils, with a focus on the three most common ATTR amyloid fibril subtypes, you will realize that we will be looking into how these three most common ATTR subtypes are associated with the guidelines for staging heart failure. So yes, the guidelines will always be there. But as and when researchers or clinicians make some observations, as in, oh, this stage of amyloid levels has something to do with heart failure, or a guideline that says at this stage, place it at, when you make findings A, B, C, place this at stage 1. Findings ZY, place it at stage 2. They are there. Next thing is you have patients. You have diagnosed them of amyloidosis. And we know that there are symptoms. The symptoms they express to a large extent has something to do with other common diseases that have some guidelines set for them. Next thing will be, amyloid fiber. How are they associated with these guidelines that have been set for staging of certain diseases? It doesn't really end there. Not only limited to cardio, even the hearing. But this has been done about sensorineural hearing loss. Hearing loss can be graded too. But there is no report of associating types with the degree of loss. Though we can predict that more of accumulation of the subtypes will likely give us a significant loss of hearing. But to what extent? It will require working on a lot of data to inform establishing a link. And even in individual reports, that might not be enough and will call for evidence synthesis. So yes, there are guidelines, but it does not mean that they have lost track of anything. It only makes room for us to generate more data to support or see how unique ATTR amyloidosis interferes with that or associates with it. Okay? Thank you. So it's not an oversight on their part. It's not.
All right, so it's now open forum and in self-introduction. Then after that, we go for break. Then we come and take the last part for the day. The last part, the presenter has taken note of the time, so he's not yet in. Yes. Yes. Dr. Bochi came and looked at it, and he said he'll be back. Yeah. Hello. Questions, contributions are welcome. Before we now go into self-introduction, after the informal socialization, we now want to do a formal one. Then we go for break, and then the cardiologist will come and then end the day with us. All right, a hand is up there.
Just a suggestion. I don't know whether today will be like yesterday. There was no supper. And so I wanted to suggest that we take the cardiology aspect, and then when we are done, we go for the lunch, and then we wouldn't come back here. So we take our lunch to our places, and I think that will do. It's a suggestion.
Yes, he has a suggestion, which is a laudable one, but per the schedule, the cardiologists have looked at the time, and then he will come when it's time. But sorry to say, but it's still like it's still going to be like yesterday. We take the lunch, and then we take the snack, and then there is no supper. Thank you. Any contribution, any question? Dr. Piakubi will take it today. Okay. Though he's already in front, let's give him a hand and he'll start.
Thank you, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we know we have ATTR amyloid subtypes, and we have realized or learned that there are three most common ATTR amyloid subtypes. The three most common ATTR amyloid subtypes can even be put into two groups. All three are not in the same group. Do you remember? The ATTR-WT, or the wild-type ATTR, is not inherited. The misfolding due to TTR in such a case has nothing to do with what? Gene mutation. You remember this? But this is one of the most common ATTR subtypes. Then the other two are what we have been mentioning all this while. The TTR V122I. Please, when you hear V122I, it simply means the V is valine, the I is isoleucine, and the position of the amino acid valine is at 1 to 2 position. Just that. But if you want to factor in the precursor component, then you will be going to 1, 4, 2. Just that. And so another most common is the TTR. The question now is, we did mention from our flow diagram here, our chart with regard to public health significance of ATTR amyloid fiber. We have the ear sitting here with a marked sensorineural hearing loss. And as I told you earlier on, we will be looking into a review of reports on the PubMed database. PubMed database is a free online database where we can go searching for a host of reports in relation to health. When you look into the PubMed database, this is what you will likely see. 2 reports. Interestingly, both reports are coming from France. One happened in 2017 on ATTR-WT wild type. And then the second one happened in 2019. So it's 2 years between studies. And the first authors are not the same. I hope you can see that in our referencing. We have an earlier study done by Burkina, and then we also have a later version also done by Batir. Batir focused on the variants, and Burkina focused on the wild type. In both studies, they made a very, very interesting observation that these variants are associated with sensorineural hearing loss. This is not surprising at all, knowing that amyloid fibers accumulate or are deposited on nerves. And once they are deposited on nerves, damages can happen. And once damages happen, we can expect that there might be some element of loss in hearing. But like I said, to what degree do these variants impact on loss of hearing? To what degree? Yet to be done. But I believe they are working on it, and we will hear something from them soon. But my concern has always been, what about us? What do we have to add to ongoing research or findings? This is West Africa. So let's go down to West Africa and see how these findings in France can affect us. Because we are not exempted. We have a record high of 2.5% TTR V122I prevalence in 6 West African countries. 6 West African countries, Ghana is one of them. Ivory Coast is one. Serra Leone is there. Nigeria is part. Guinea. And you know the interesting thing about the figures? Ivory Coast and Guinea are top. This is an average we are striking. But there are some ranges for the various countries. Ivory Coast and Guinea the highest for TTR V122I. And then the remaining 4 are also in the same range. I hope it's clear. But when we strike an average for the 6 countries, then we have a 2.5% prevalence. This is work that was done in 2016. It's quite long, and there is a need for us to revisit it and possibly come up with a revised prevalence of TTR V122I in West Africa. Dr. Adam, what do you think? Yes, yes. Let's go back home. We are home. We are home. Sickle cell disease, especially those with genotype or those with type SC. There are reports of marked sensorineural hearing loss among sickle cell patients, especially the SC group. And the question now is, do we have ATTR amyloidosis among sickle cell patients or not? Do we have that or not? In West Africa, where sickle cell is highly prevalent or most prevalent, there is no data on prevalence of ATTR amyloidosis, or the TTR V122I variant among sickle cell patients in West Africa. So another pointer worth looking into, especially when we know that TTR V122I, to a very large extent, can affect hearing loss. We know this. Now we also know that sickle cell disease, especially those in the SC category, suffer some level of sensorineural hearing loss. So if I have sickle cell and I have that variant, TTR V122I, what is my fate as far as working or managing my hearing loss is concerned? Where do I start from? But we need data. Clearly, we need to have, like we talked yesterday, and someone asked about counseling and age at which we should do screening and all that. With this in mind, it is so obvious that growing up as early as possible, if somebody already has sickle cell case, and we begin to see signs. Personally, I wouldn't want to see signs to look into this. I would want to know if that child growing up has a genetic mutation, as in any of the TTR variants associated with sensorineural hearing loss or not. So I could look into monitoring and possibly ensuring that this risk factor is delayed. That we may not be able to do away with it entirely, but we can delay by time. Yes, please. So that is the situation on the ground. But this is what happened with Jacobson et al. Way back in 1996. They realized that the TTR variant is prevalent in sickle cell patients. Prevalence value of about 1.9% sickle cell patients. And they are of African American origin. African American origin, 1.9%. The question now is, what percentage do we have where the thing is most prevalent? And these are two mutations, two gene mutations at play. One has to do with the transthyretin protein, another has to do with what? The red blood cell, and a mutation that is associated with that as well. So that is the situation at hand as far as sensorineural hearing losses and public health concern about ATTR amyloidosis. The ear. Thank you. That is for the ear. That's for the ear.
Hello. Please write down your questions. Lift your hand. I'll raise your hand. I'll come for it. He said he loved this aspect, so you should ask questions. Are you writing? Are we writing the questions or there is none? a question you write. If it's a contribution.
So it's a contribution, sensory. Like if you get anybody hearing impairment, that one you know, especially children. When you meet children who are not doing well in class, there may be so many things happening to you. Either they can't see or they can't hear you. And it happened to my firstborn. He was writing basa, basa, basa. We thought he was just intentional. But then we just took him to the eye clinic. They tested the eye, it was vision issue, and they gave him glasses, everything changed. So if children then, especially they are not doing well in class, or you think that in the house they are being stubborn, you need to take them to hospital as early as possible for them to assess them totally, either the eye or the ear or something. So if it comes with anybody who has hearing issue, then again, we are not saying that it's amyloidosis. It could be amyloidosis. So that one, take the person to ENT, they'll do the assessment. If they find any other thing, then maybe the whole team will come on board. Then they will test if it's amyloidosis, it's fine. Treatment may be there, then they will do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
We are just picking some.
We just want to take another short presentation and add. Since you are not asking questions and you are not contributing,
They are setting up for the lunch, so soon break. All right. Since he's not getting tired of talking, we shouldn't get tired of clapping our hands. So let's give him a hand.
This is another very interesting area that I think we need to talk about. We are saying we want to raise awareness, and we have met on what? Health professionals, isn't it? But can we limit raising awareness to only health professionals? Is it only, the focus should be on who is affected, and who is affected, not only health professionals visit our health facilities. Some of us do. Amongst us, sometimes we have issues, we need to go for consultancy services. That is correct. But there are a good number, the majority are not staffed in our facilities. So the question now is, how do we reach out to them? How do we reach out to them? We have some leaflets. We have created or developed leaflets so you can share with clients that come to your facilities. We also have a soft copy of this leaflet. But you see, we can never run away from the fact that when you have hard copies, it also helps a lot. Yes, because we live in a continent, we live in a country, we live in a sub-region where power is not always a guarantee. So sometimes we need to resort to paper. I can assure you that West Africa, or this training, is first platform we are looking into pharmacist-physician collaboration as far as raising awareness with a focus on early detection diagnosis matters. Here we are saying or proposing that we strongly believe this has been applied in other diseases, but not ATTR amyloidosis or even amyloidosis. That one I can confidently say. And when I say confidently say, I mean if you have done it and you have failed to communicate that, then we can say you have done it. I hope you get where I am coming from. Yes. So you can look online to see if you will find anything on pharmacist-physician collaboration as far as early detection of ATTR amyloidosis is concerned. How do we go about it? You will agree with me that majority, especially in our part of the world, majority, when unwell, prefer to go to a pharmaceutical shop. That is the situation on the ground. In most cases, the first point of call is to go to a pharmaceutical shop or a pharmacy for pharmacy services. And so we think that there should be some collaboration between pharmacists and physicians. We already know a good number of physicians must be involved as far as diagnosis is concerned. But as a pharmacist who seems to come to contact with majority of patients that visit the hospital, if you know about the signs, the symptoms, the manifestations, and I strongly believe it is not very likely in our part of the world that somebody suffering from wrist pain will go to hospital. I mean, our part of the world. Yeah, most likely the first point, of course, let me get a drug. Let me get a drug. So let me get a drug leads him or her to the pharmacist. At pharmaceutical settings, knowing with background or knowledge of signs, symptoms, and manifestations of ATTR amyloidosis, you may ask a few more questions. And if you are tempted to think that this is not something you should just give a drug for pain, a painkiller to the patient, then you will consider referring a person. But the question again is, where will you send the patient to? Will the patient even appreciate it? Naturally, in our settings, tell you, this wrist pain, you want me to go to the hospital? Most likely, these are the challenges we face when we want to refer patients to health facilities. So that is where you come in. We are looking into, from here, post-training, you will hear more on radio, TV, and also you will support us in your own small way. We have a platform. We are together. It's a family. So we are looking at it from this perspective. How we can get pharmacists to contact us within selected health facilities that we have. If you contact here could be just, oh, this is what I am seeing. Do you think XYZ? And this is how we can improve or expand as far as raising awareness is concerned. So the whole exercise is not limited to only health professionals. As a result, you start PPT, but I am promising you something bigger than PPT. We will develop a host of evidence synthesized material. We know your schedules are very, very tight, and yes, and the patient numbers makes work very difficult. So to support with literature, and literature here means, in evidence synthesis, you don't just go and pick one item and read. You have to collect as many available reports to synthesize evidence. As many available reports to synthesize evidence. And you will appreciate this tomorrow, where you will see talk on 399 reports. Focus only on 3 ATTR subtypes. The wild type, TTR V122I, and TTR V30M. Mostly, if you go for just single reports, you will observe that there will be some discrepancies. Some may be saying, oh, it's on the higher side. Others will say, oh, it is on the lower side. You need to strike a balance to make an informed decision. And this is quite tedious. So, and I also think that we have limited experts in this field. Evidence synthesis is a challenge in our part of the world. But the few available can help majority. So tomorrow, or when we meet again, you will likely see and appreciate how evidence is synthesized when we discuss heart-related significance of the 3 subtypes. That will be tomorrow. So this is the plan. And that's how it goes. So we are hoping that we will reach out to pharmacists. Some are here. Some are expected to be here. And we will look into expansion. As we do the public talk, TV, radio talks, we will be appealing to them. And I'm sure with your network, you will also share electronic copies and appeal to them, especially those around your facilities, to consider contacting you when they observe or have a reason to ask or advise the patient to come to the health facility. So basically, that is what the pharmacist collaboration is into. And as I said, if we will do it and do it as expected, we will be fair to be doing that. So we will look out for sure, we need to measure impact. Hello? We need to measure impact. So most likely, the training is not an end, but a beginning to more or greater work. And we will look into it. We will look at how we can work together. You know, naturally, not everybody wants to do certain things without benefits, especially directly. It's not everybody who is interested in that. But I can assure you of one thing. Sometimes you won't see benefits, but you will end up with a surprise. And this surprise can change your whole story. And I'm hoping that this will encourage us to push together without necessarily looking out for what we will see or our impression of what we will see. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. So that is it. That is it. Can you, let's see. What you find here are some work that has been done, and it has to do with cognitive impairment, where they applied pharmacists, physicians, with a professional collaboration to work things out. We know that the physicians are already collaborating. That one we are very much aware. So, is that not correct? Of course, when there are cases and you feel this has to do with another, you will want to involve him or her. And that is collaboration. But we also realize that the patients, mostly before they get to a physician, might have gone to move from one pharmaceutical shop to another. And we think that there's a need to actively involve them. And involve them here is about the pharmacist-physician collaboration. First, for amyloidosis, let's push and see how it works as well. Once we are able to do this, we can say that West Africa is first to have implemented pharmacist-physician collaboration for early detection and diagnosis of ATTR amyloidosis. And this is the impact. And you never know. So let's push together. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. But we just didn't. We have gone even beyond this to establishing Transthyretin Amyloidosis Support Network, and that is you. First in the world. If you doubt it, Google Transthyretin Amyloidosis Support Network, first in the world, in West Africa. Transthyretin Amyloidosis Workforce Network, also first in the world, in West Africa. And all we need to do now is work together. Let it happen. We make our voice heard by doing some of these things, or most of these things, and sell it out. Sell it out. When I say sell it out, I don't mean we will make money. I mean let our voice count. And this will go a long way. As I told you earlier on, establishing the center will come with a lot of financial obligations. And we can't rely or depend only on government support for this, though we will make it known. But of course, even this training, the training is sponsored not by government, but we have government support to a very large extent. That is how come you are here. We didn't, some, yes, but most of you, medical directors, CEOs, did some nomination. That is a form of support from government. Yes. But we know this is, our challenges are many. Our challenges are many. So we are hoping that we will get a lot more support, external support, to make things happen for us. But we need to show commitment, some seriousness. And that has already been, it is manifested here. The room is full. The room is full. There are no empty seats here. So it is a clear indication that we really want to get involved. Yes. That is for pharmacist-physician professional collaboration. And we know and appreciate why there's a need for this to happen. Thank you.
Please, if you have a question, kindly write it, then raise your hand, I'll come for it.
This is information.
Please, who gave me this?
Okay, what I read is that I'm currently conducting a study on sickle cell nephropathy. Yeah, what I'm saying is that I'm currently conducting a study on sickle cell nephropathy. So I want to store some samples and collaborate with this team. And if possible, I can store some of my samples for this research. Hello. Yes, please. You know, I'm doing a research on sickle cell nephropathy, so I want to store some of my samples for this particular subject, amyloidosis. Yeah, so that's what I have here.
Let me add. Will you look into hearing loss for SCD? Likely you will do all that. So you see where we are heading toward? Yeah, we will be, so most likely, but I'm really interested in collaborating with the two experts in France who have done some work so far, 2017, 2019. Who knows? We will likely join. So thank you. That's a good start.
Any written questions for me to come around for them?
Yes. Dr. Pedita is asking or looking into ethical implications of what you talked about. Yes.
I'm saying that my supervisor is here, Dr. Lillian, so we can talk more after the program. Yeah.
Of ethics, all he has to do is to ask for approval for an extension. So it is allowed in research. Right.
Thank you. Let me add to this. This is not talking about reference to ethical implications of what he did say. Naturally, even if you do the testing, you will know the patient. You won't know the patient. But once you find something, you may want to reach out to him or her to talk further. For instance, he just mentioned samples. If we look into the sample and we find, but that calls for good record keeping. If the records are well kept, then we can begin to look into tracer study. Oh, you brought we got samples from you. This is what we have found. And we want to talk further because we think with this condition and looking at what has happened in other parts of the world, maybe we need to talk further. Invitation. You can't force the person to come. So, by way of invitation, and experts who can really make sure things are well presented professionally, so it doesn't cause more harm than good. As far as meeting you is concerned, will definitely be looked into. So it's not so bad. It's not so bad a thing to do, except that it must be done professionally. Thank you.
Hello. Any more questions? Or we are concentrated? All right. Our lunch is ready. So we'll go for lunch, and when we come, we'll have our last presentation for the day. Let me ask for the where to go and come. Nice appetite.
you just look at the conclusions. But I guess this seminar is supposed to bring you to the attention that sometimes you may just have to look at some of the values, because you may end up training somebody. You may not train the person on echo, but you may use the reports that I write to bring the person's attention to the fact that he needs to seek for further, investigations in that regard. So the thickness of the left ventricular wall is paramount. And then we look at the valves. The valves are very thin. The valves, you look at the mitral valve, the aortic valves, these valves are usually very thin. But then when I look at it and then they have become quite thickened, I also get alarmed. Now, usually quite thickened valves, we all begin to think about rheumatic heart disease. The person have had an infection. A person might have infective endocarditis. But then today, our mind is being drawn to the fact that when we begin to see thickened valves generally, it may be because something else is depositing in the heart. Now, when we talk about the myocardial echogenicity, we also are looking at how the signals bounce off when the sounds get into the heart. And most of the time, you look at the heart in terms of a normal heart. It is not highly echogenic. When we say echogenic, that is to see it quite white. So when you are looking at it, you see it all whitened. Amyloidosis gives a certain picture that you see the myocardium, because it's thickened, the echogenicity also increases, and therefore you see it quite white. And what actually strengthens our heart sometimes to say that this is likely to be amyloid is that you may also begin to see that even though it's all white, it's also speckled. So it is not uniformly white, but you have some kind of heterogeneity within it, and the speckled appearance on it, or what sometimes they want to call the ground glass appearance. So you see that on that one. And it's common to see patients who have pericardial effusion. When we say pericardial effusion, we refer to a heart where you find fluid around the heart. Now, when you have any form of disease or any form of infection, usually, maybe pneumonia, or you develop an upper respiratory tract infection from a virus, the reaction that a heart brings up sometimes is to form a little fluid around the heart. So when I do echo and I see a little pericardial effusion, I wouldn't immediately conclude that that is something that I should think about as amyloid. In our part of the world here, you see that viral infections are common, and then tuberculosis is a big thing. Just about 3 days ago, somebody came to me, and you couldn't even find the heart. The whole heart area where the heart is, the pericardium is filled with fluid, and the patient could not breathe. He had gone to several places, and they had referred him severally, and then he came to my clinic thinking that it was heart failure. Really, the heart was failing, but it wasn't because the myocardium was failing, but the space where the expansion had to occur was all filled with fluid. So we tapped the fluid and sent off to the TB clinic for them to do that. In that regard, I won't think of amyloid. But when I see a thickened heart, so the myocardium is thick, and then I begin to see some amount of fluid around the heart, it should draw my attention to the fact that this might be an amyloid case. Now, much as the heart has the ability to contract, a bigger part of the work of the heart is also the relaxation. So if I ask everybody here what the heart does, I'm sure your common answer will be that the heart pumps blood. So the heart is a pump. But a greater part of the heart, the work that is done by the heart, is actually relaxation. So that the heart spends more time relaxing than contracting. So maybe if you didn't know today, you've known that the heart spends more time relaxing than contracting, and it uses most of its energy. So about 2/3 of the energy that the heart spends in working, it is used for relaxation rather than contraction. And therefore, if your pump is failing, we say the heart is failing. That is the common one. We all know it, heart failure. But sometimes the heart is failing because the heart is not relaxing. And in amyloidosis, that is the common thing that we see. The heart is rather not capable of relaxing. So 2/3 of the time where they had to have to spend it in diastole, that is where the problem of amyloid is. And once it cannot relax, it cannot fail. I hope you understand. Once the heart cannot relax, it cannot fail. And therefore, with time, the cardiac outputs or the amount of blood that I have to push out to go down because I cannot fail. And that, over the years, a lot of studies have shown that now the heart failure, which is due to the fact that my heart cannot fail, is about 50% of the heart failure cases we all see. So that it is not rather the systolic function which fails most of the time, but the diastolic function is also very important. And especially in our part of the world where hypertension is prevalent, diastolic heart failure is more common. So that we see a lot of patients who have diastolic heart failure. So the heart can contract, but the heart cannot fail. And because it cannot fail, sometimes they get into pulmonary edema and they come. So it is one of the important functions that we have to assess, diastolic function. And usually we assess it by looking at what we call the mitral inflow, so that the speed or the velocity with which the blood moves from the left atrium into the left ventricle across the mitral valve would tell us whether the heart is capable of relaxing. And we measure it by two things, the E wave and the A wave, and that one, I don't think I'll bore you with that. Now, beyond that, beyond the use of the mitral inflow, we have also realized that when you take the heart, the ability of the heart to relax does not only lie in the fact that the ventricle, goes into what we call the suction to pull the blood and then allow the heart to relax. No, but there is some involvement of the myocardium itself. And therefore, there is a way to measure diastolic function where we don't use the velocity of the blood across the mitral valve. We actually use the tissue Doppler. So we look at the tissue of the myocardium itself. And then the movements, the slight motions of the myocardium would give us the tissue velocities. And we can use that one to assess the myocardial function. Now, for both the diastolic function using the mitral inflow and also using the tissue Doppler, we put it in various grades, and I don't think you need a grades. But once you begin to see diastolic dysfunction from stage 2 or grade 2, you have to think of a possibility of amyloidosis as part of the diagnostic workup if the left ventricle is hypertrophied. And I must say here that somebody who has amyloidosis of the heart is not really, it's a misnomer to really say that the heart is hypertrophied because the cells have not increased in size, but rather there has been a deposit of some extracellular material. And therefore, that hypertrophy is a misnomer. So we rather say that the left ventricle has increased in thickness, but hypertrophy hasn't taken place because the cells itself have not increased. On the contrary, actually, the cells begin to die when those deposits come in. And also, we can use the pulmonary artery to assess the diastolic function. But all the 3 levels, these are advanced echo, and we will leave at that. So for you, who is not a cardiologist, who does not deal so much in echocardiography, one of the things that you can use, which will help and will guide you to be able to get these patients referred to the right place to be seen and tested for amyloidosis, is when you hear that the heart is thickened. And it's common. People take x-rays. They take x-rays and the doctor will tell them that the heart is big. Now, if the heart is big and is hypertensive, usually we send the person that you should go and do echocardiography. And sometimes they do the echocardiography and they come back. And then the news that they are bearing is that the doctor said my heart is very thick. And once you hear that, you should be concerned about such a patient to be investigated for possible amyloidosis if he's not really hypertensive, because the heart is thickened and there's no reason for the hypertrophy as has said. Now, this one, I think that the title is, it should rather be electrocardiogram. So this one is a ECG we all know, right? How many know ECG, electrocardiogram? How many? So it's just another modality that we use to assess the heart. But this time, rather than seeing the heart in terms of pictures and also measuring the, looking at the structure and the blood flow, electrocardiogram will look at the electrical aspect of the heart. So it measures the electrical activity, and by that we are able to, quantify the left ventricular mass. We are able to tell the enlargements, pretty much the same as before we put the probe on it for echocardiogram. We can say a lot on the electrocardiogram. But as we have said, because in amyloidosis of the heart, there is extracellular deposits. So something else has infiltrated the walls of the heart, and the walls are thickened. It actually affects the ability of the heart to contract. And usually if you have an ECG and they put the leads on, so they put you down, they put 4 limb leads on the leg, and they put about 6 on the chest. Now this is supposed to measure the voltage, and the voltage is equivalent to your left ventricular mass. So if your heart is thickened, the doctor will tell you that your voltages are high when you look at it, and then you say that your heart is thickened because the heart is thick and is contracting so much. Those are patients who have like hypertensive heart disease, or you have aortic stenosis, or there's a pressure-related abnormality, so that is causing the heart to give a lot of systolic push. And then you will see that on the ECG, the voltages are very high. On the contrary, when you see somebody who has had deposits into the heart, the contraction is low, because the ability of the muscles to contract has been reduced by the deposits. And therefore, if you do an ECG, which we usually see, you see what we call the QRS complexes, which is the ventricular depolarization. So the ventricle, or what we call the ventricular contraction. But in terms of electricity, we say depolarization. Now when that contracts, we should see a QRS complex, which is high. But in amyloidosis, you will see that because of the deposits, you will see ECGs and the QRS voltages are low. So immediately you see an echo, which says that the heart is thickened. But you look at the ECG and the voltages are low. The two gives you an idea that myocardium has something deposited. I've had something deposited in it, and therefore this is not likely to be a pressure-related disease of the heart. And that is one of the classical things we see. But it suffices to say that if you are waiting for ECG changes that will be commensurate with low QRS complexes to be able to tell that this patient has amyloid, you may be picking the patient very late. So sometimes in those patients who have amyloid, we still pick them early, and their contractility is still good. And therefore, you shouldn't be deceived. Over 40% of amyloidosis patients don't have what I'm talking about, the QRS, which is low. Because some are picked early, and therefore you will see hypertrophy, and the QRSs are quite normal, and therefore you should also have an idea of that. But if you see the limits less than 0.5, the details, I won't bore you with that. But then the precordial leads are less than 1 centimeter. Most of the time, you have to think about amyloidosis if the echo shows that the left ventricle is thickened or hypertrophied. Now, the next slide is an advanced left ventricular global longitudinal strain. It's advanced. Usually, the heart muscles are arranged in 3 different layers. We have those that come as radial fibers. We have the longitudinal fibers, and we have the circumferential fibers. So the heart, much as the way you draw the heart when during what do you call it? On the 14th of February, people draw the heart, and you look at the heart, and the cardiologists look at it, and it's kind of, do they really understand the heart? Because they draw a heart which is nowhere close to what the heart looks like. So the heart, in contracting, doesn't do this, as people think, that when the heart contracts, it does this. The heart actually does this. It does a torsional rotation. So as if you are squeezing, for the woman, as if you are squeezing a cloth when you wash. That is how the heart contracts. Because it takes the radial fibers, the longitudinal fibers, and the circumferential, and then it gives that kind of contraction. Now, this contraction is what we can measure. We can measure with echo and look at the various forms of it. Usually, the longitudinal contraction contributes about 60% of the blood which is pushed out. So, for the heart to move up like this, it contributes to about 60% of the blood that is pushed out, even more than what does the radial and the circumferential contraction. So studies have found that if you measure somebody's longitudinal contraction, and the strain, what we call the strain is that change that happens in the myocardium. When we measure that, we're able to tell whether the heart has deposits in it or the heart is normal. And usually when they are depositing it, then you have a deformation and then a reduction in the left ventricular global longitudinal strain. I think that these slides also don't have a lot of pictures. So you just kind of have to imagine the kind of things I'm talking about. Next time, we'll put a lot of pictures on it. Can you go on? Yeah, so this talks about the strain. So when it comes to left ventricular longitudinal strain, there's also another thing that we do, and that's also advanced echocardiography. Quite a number of echoes in Ghana cannot do this one. We have the speckle tracking. So when I take the heart and I take a certain piece of the heart, that part of the heart has a certain pattern. Just like you take your hand, and then you can do fingerprinting. And your fingerprint is different from everybody. The heart, if we cut it into various portions, all the different portions have different patterns. And they are reproducible, so that if I take that part of your heart and I take part of the heart, it will have the same pattern. So at least you've learned something today. So that if I cut the base, the apex, or the midsection, that small part would have the same pattern. So it's also called fingerprinting when we are doing echo, so that we can reproduce the same thing. So we can take yours and we can take yours and we look at it, and the arrangement of the fibers at that region or at that same area will be the same. And so that is what helps us to do what we call speckle tracking echocardiography, so that we can type all that and be able to say that there's amyloid deposits, but it is deposited more in the apex or in the midsection or in the base. And there's something peculiar about amyloidosis. When we do that, usually we calculate something we call the 17 bull's eye. And the apex of the heart, so usually the apex of the heart is that part that the ventricles come together, the lower part. The base of the heart is the top, and the apex is down. The apex of the heart, mostly in amyloidosis, is spared. So if I do the speckle tracking, and then I do the LV, global longitudinal strain, I will see that they have a pattern where the apical segment is spared of the infiltration, and usually that will be amyloidosis. So usually it deposits in the base and also in the midsection, and that is common with the TTR. And therefore, all these help us to interpret it. So we have echo, we have electrocardiogram, and then we have advanced echocardiogram, which is the speckle tracking and the strain, longitudinal strain imaging. And we can tell based on that whether it is amyloidosis or it is not. But just that all these things cannot tell the type of amyloidosis that we are dealing with. And that is why we need to do further imaging. Can we go on? Now, when we are doing the echo, there's one parameter which is very important, and that is what I said, so that all of you will say that the heart is a pump. Now, for every cardiac cycle that the heart contracts, it pushes out an amount of blood, and that amount of blood should not be less than 54%. Now, mostly we say 50%. 50 to 70% is the usual stroke volume. So that if your heart contracts just once, this is in percentage, it should pump out about 50 to 70% of the blood that came in. And that is to help you keep your brain, to keep your the other organs, and also even to keep the heart, because all that blood will be recycled and also help the heart, help every organ in the body. Now, that ejection fraction, because there is deposition in the heart, when the heart contracts once, when there are deposits, the ability to contract also goes down. And therefore, typically in amyloid, in the early stages, we have preserved left ventricular ejection fraction because the deposits are not a lot. But if you see with time, you begin to see a lot of deposits, and therefore, sometimes they come with systolic dysfunction. So systole is affected, and therefore, their ejection fraction is reduced. Now, this is important to note because you will see quite a number of elderly patients because amyloidosis, one of the things which is associated with it is age as a risk factor. So quite a number of adults, as they grow, without a presence of hypertension or diabetes or, let's say, cholesterol or any other risk factors, they still deposit a few things in the heart. So with time, as they are aging, they have interstitial changes, some fibrosis. And therefore, with time, they also, even though their heart function is okay, you begin to see changes in their diastolic function. And that is why usually when we want to diagnose amyloidosis or we want to think about it as a heart disease, we take off the first stage of the diastolic function because that one may be physiological, stage 1, or the grade 1 may be physiological. It may not be a disease state, but as the person is aging, the ability of the heart to relax by itself may go down. So the heart, the systolic function is preserved, but the diastolic function may have changed. Now in amyloidosis, the initial stages is the same. The systolic function is preserved. Even though the heart is thickened and it cannot really pump out blood a lot, the systolic function is preserved. And it's preserved because as the deposit comes in, you also realize that the cavity of the heart reduces. So as I begin to form more fibrils and deposit it into the heart, I also reduce my left ventricular cavity. And therefore, you begin to realize that the amount of blood I push out compared to what came in, the ratio still looks the same. So the ratio is preserved, as if my systolic function is good. But the point is, like I said, because the fibers are arranged differently, the sensitivity, ability to pick that, even though the left ventricular fraction is actually preserved, but the person has a systolic function, lies in the fact that if I'm able to find the strain, so I do what we talked about, the left ventricular, a longitudinal function, the strain in that one, I'll realize that because there are deposits in the fibers, the strain in terms of giving me percentages of about 60% has come down. So even though LV function is fine, the strain has come down, and that is a more sensitive marker to tell me that I need to act in this matter. And what we usually measure is what we call the MAPC. The MAPC is the longitudinal excursion function of the LV, and therefore, if I measure my MAPC And usually, MAPC, we are looking about 10, about maybe 12 to 15. So when I begin to see that it is less than 10, I begin to think about the fact that I need to investigate this person for deposit. The TAPC is what we used to do on the other side, on the right side. We do it on the right side, and that gives us usually values above 15 is good. So when I begin to see levels which are going as low as about 11, 12, I begin to think about the fact that even though my function, LV function looks good, there is something which is preventing the longitudinal fibers from its escalation, and therefore the strain is reduced. Can we go on? So these are technical, and we are sensitizing you as you go. You can check on these, and then I'm sure you will appreciate them. And then the other thing too, like I've already said, is one of the things we're able to use the echo to measure is the left ventricular mass. So when we have taken all the longitudinal dimensions, I take the IVSD, I take the diameter of the left ventricle, I take the posterior wall and all that, I can generate this, what we call the myocardial mass, and quite a number of the time, even the machine will generate it for you. Now, because I'm doing a lot of deposits into the heart, my myocardial mass, will it go up or will it go down? Will it go up or down? Yeah, the myocardial mass will go up. What's the weight of the heart? Who knows? How much of your weight is contributed by the heart? You don't know. So you should find out, right? Pardon? Gender. Did you all hear? It says 250 to 350, and it depends on the gender. So is it a lot? Yeah, grams. Yeah, is it a lot? But you can have somebody amyloid heart, and you are moving into the arenas of 600 thereabouts. Right? Can have deposition that much that you begin to see heavy depositions. So the left ventricular mass that will usually be given by your machine when you do that is one of the things that should alert you when you are beginning to see that one. And now so as studies are going on and people are digging further to see which of these investigations or which of these are very sensitive, they begin to develop newer things. So for instance, now we can look at the stroke volume in relation to the myocardial volume. All right? We can look at the stroke volume, how much blood came out of the heart with the heartbeat, and then we compare it to the myocardial volume, and we get a variable that we call the myocardial contraction fraction. And we can use that one also to tell whether that is amyloidosis. And usually, we don't just take the echocardiography in isolation and say that because I saw a heart, I saw hypertrophy or thickening of the heart, and the ECG is telling me that maybe the voltages are low, and therefore I run and I diagnose amyloidosis. Usually it has to be taken in consonance with the presentation. And I believe that yesterday you heard about the various presentations of patients who we can think of as having amyloidosis, ranging from the kidneys to the heart presentation to the nerves, the GI, and all that. So you look at the clinical presentation, you look at the ECG, and I think before I left, somebody was talking about biomarkers in the morning. You look at the biomarkers also, especially for the heart. You are looking at what we call the HT-proBNP. It's a marker to tell us that the heart is under stress, and therefore we should look at whatever is happening. If let's say somebody is breathless, and I can easily say the person has pneumonia. or the person has heart failure, or the person has pulmonary embolism, any of those. But one of the markers that will let me concentrate on the heart is what we call the pro-BNP or the BNP. And the pro-BNP is more sensitive than the BNP, and that is why we usually will use that. And it will tell me that the issue is really from the heart. So somebody has edema, for instance, the feet is always swelling, and he's telling you, you keep telling the person that, oh, it's because you're on amlodipine, because you're on ifetrofen, because that's why it's happening. But then you do the pro-BNP, and you realize that it is high. It should alert you to the fact that it is not just the hypertension, what do you call it, drug, which is doing that, or it's not just coming from the liver or the kidneys, but then you should pay attention to the heart. And also when you have the troponins also going up as part of it, when we have ischemia in the heart, so somebody has a heart attack, yes, the troponins will go up, but also when you are beginning to deposit things in the heart, you may get your troponins also going up. So with all this, I still may not be able to say that this is the TTR type or the familial type. I may be able to say to a large extent that I think it is an infiltrative disease. I need to consider amyloid. But further imaging techniques, which are also non-invasive or minimally invasive, may help me to, raise my suspicion and also quite be sure about what I'm diagnosing. Can you go on? So these are the things we have talked about. I think the values, we can skip them in terms of what values I get, and I'm able to say that most likely the person has amyloid. We've talked about them. Can you skip this? Next slide. Mm-hmm. Yes, next slide. So I've already said that usually your chamber begins to get smaller. The chamber begins to get smaller, and that is why sometimes you begin to get your left ventricular ejection fraction preserved, because you are pushing out small, but the chamber is also getting smaller, and that is why it is not really sensitive to always use the left ventricular ejection fraction, but you need advanced echo, like the speckle tracking and also the left ventricular strain to do that. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So we have looked at the ECG. We talked about the ECG, for instance, that we have the QRS complex, which are low most of the time, but it's not diagnostic. At other times, your QRS complexes will be high. But there's a ratio that it can use the ECG and the echo, the posterior wall thickness, as well as the intraventricular septal thickness, to generate. And usually, it actually differentiates between hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and also the possibility of amyloid. Now, when it's hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, the heart actually is capable of contracting well. And therefore, usually the QRS voltages are quite high. And therefore, when you take the ratio of the QRSs, they sum the QRSs, and you take that ratio, compare it to the thickness. Usually, in somebody who has hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, you begin to see that ratio. So, for instance, it's saying that let me code it well for you. So, if you do the intraventricular septum and posterior wall thickness, which is, we get it on echo. So we do that on the echo. And then you sum the QRS voltages. That ratio which we get, interventricular septum thickness to the posterior wall thickness, if it's usually less than 1.6, and then together with the sum QR ratio, which is less than 3, it actually is an indication of the possibility of amyloidosis. And the sensitivity is quite high. Usually you look at sensitivity of about 94%. And maybe quite specific to be able to lead you on to think that this is ATTR compared to the familial type. Because usually that one, if it is depositing, it may not be transmural. Sometimes it deposits subendocardial. And therefore, this ratio is quite specific is sensitive and quite specific for the ATTR1. But on the contrary, if it's high, then you begin to think about hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So we may use this to a large extent to differentiate these two variables, because you will see, you do the echo, and then you may see all of them thickened. You may not really be able to tell that there's speckled appearance or a high echogenicity or that. And all of them will also give you diastolic dysfunction. So what do we then use to separate them? You may use these ratios. The next one. And like we said, we said that when we do the speckle tracking, you know, the apex is usually spared quite a number of the time, because there is the deposition of this extracellular material usually in the mid segment and also in the basal segment. And therefore, another ratio can be generated from there that will let you be able to tell whether this is ATTRM or hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So people are beginning to, you know, do a lot of studies and looking into these areas to see what ratio or what things are quite sensitive, and we'll be able to tell to a large extent whether these things exist. Next slide. So we talk about the MAPC, we talk about the TAPC. Yeah, you can move on. Yeah, and these are images to show that in case you do an echo and you see some of these things, these are red flags. So when you say red flags, these should heighten your awareness. Rather than just reporting that the patient has pleural effusion, pericardial effusion, or the right ventricle is thickened. I remember I scanned a patient about a year ago, and really, the RV and the RA were dilated. Initially, I was thinking, well, has he had a chronic pulmonary embolism? We did the CT scan, CT angiogram. We didn't find anything. We scanned the leg. There was nothing. There was no history, nothing else to guide us. So initially, and the right ventricle, you know, other conditions can do that, like arrhythmogenic right ventricular dysplasia. There are a lot of conditions that, but none of them really fit in. But the RV alone was quite thick. And it was after about 6 months of scanning that patient that the patient presented to the clinic and he was complaining of joint issues at the wrist. And initially, the doctor who saw started investigating for gout, with the uric acid, rheumatoid arthritis, all those things came out negative. And then he started having complaints of peripheral neuropathy, which still didn't really ring a bell. So we started doing the lab indices, looking at whether the MCV was high and all that, whether he was developing one of those neuropathies, until our minds were drawn to the fact that it's likely an amyloid which was going on. Because we were expecting initially to see thickening of the whole, myocardium, but sometimes it's isolate, so you can have an aseptal hypertrophy, and it will be that. Or you may see even the valves quite thickened valves. So I scanned a patient just about 2 weeks ago. He has a 22-year-old boy who has developed a stroke, and they don't have any risk factor for it. So they sent him over to do Holter ECG to see whether there were maybe atrial fibrillation paroxysmally, or whether there was anything in the heart. And we found that the heart muscle is quite thick. So that patient is quite young, so fine. Even though amyloid may be lower on the list, we have hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, we have Fabry's disease to think about. It's still one of the things that, if we investigate these things and we are not finding, a biopsy may have to go in. And interestingly, his ECG is not remarkable. It's not showing any hypertrophy, anything. So it is not as if it qualifies for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or any of those things. So these are the red flags, and if you see it, you should, especially in the elderly patients, maybe 65 and above. It comes with aortic stenosis, And you kind of see the stenosis and you think the gradient should be quite increased. But we do it under a low flow, low gradient. We have to think about the possibility of amyloid as part of it. Okay, can we go? Yeah, so I think we've mentioned this. Can we go? Yeah, so all the strain thing that we've spoken about, this is how you see it in real life. And we talked about the apical sparing. So you look at, I'm not sure whether it came out well, but you look here and you see that this is more red, and then the bases and the mid section a little pink. So the apexes are spared, right? Can we go on? So sometimes we need further, beyond the echo. There are other things that are also quite sensitive and can even tell quite close that this is the ATTR amyloidosis. And like we said, when it comes to cardiac magnetic resonance, maybe above our heads, but we do CMR, and the idea is that each of us have a magnetic field that points from the base of from our toes up, showing up. Now, when I put you into a magnetic field, because of the polarity of the various cells, you will interact with the magnetic field. So CMR takes advantage of that and then tries to see whether we can use that to characterize the tissues, right? So you have as you sit, because of the cells, the fluid and all that, and each cell has its own ionic charges on it. You are kind of a charge field as you sit. And when we put you into a magnetic field, you would certainly interact. Now, this one employs what we call, in the olden days, when you went to watch a movie, how were we calling it? Pardon? If you go to your village, the villagers, they go to the cinema. How do they call it? Cine? It's the same thing. So you see cine images. And so it only means that we are setting it in motion. So we want to acquire the images in motion, right? And usually it is gated. So we look at your cardiac cycle, and then we take the frames or the sequences at various times. And we have the T1 and the T2 weighted, which looks at the time from the pulse delivery till the time the image is taken. And the T1 is usually short, T2 a little longer, so that we can tell the difference between what is fat, what is water, and all that. So this technically will look like the old videos of black and white TV, right? So when you take this image, you will see black and white. And then depending on what is white, you can tell that this is a T1, this is a T2, and you can tell which tissue you are trying to deal with. And we use that same, so just like a little like the echo, to tell the LV size, the stroke volume, the left ventricular ejection fraction. We also look at the thickness. And then we look at it tells everything, pericardial effusion and all that. Now, when we do this, can you go to the next slide? We have to use a metal. How many of you remember the periodic table? Which is the first atom? Hydrogen. Which one is the 20th? Calcium. Which one is the 64th? So 64 is gadolinium, right? Oh, that one you have forgotten. Because I remember we all learned, it's 1 to what? We learned from 1 to whatever. And now I've even forgotten. But 64 is gadolinium, so it's a metal, which is found in the earth. And this gadolinium usually is injected. So unlike X-rays, X-rays, there's an external beam that passes through your body. But when it comes to MRI, we have to inject these things into your body. And these ones will go, and then from the periphery, it will be taken up into the interstitial spaces, and then it will exit through either the veins or sometimes through the lymphatics. Now, the contrast that we inject has this gadolinium also in it, and it's also chelated or bound to some other ligands. So when it goes to the body, it goes to enhance that part of the heart that we want to look at. And usually this actually was developed for, let's say, somebody who has ischemic heart disease. So he has had an infarction, and then that part, he has had a myocardial infarction. That part of the heart is dead, and therefore he may not be able to take a lot of this gadolinium. So it's the same principle that we use when we want to look at the extra deposits in the heart. So we inject it, and then there's what we call the late gadolinium enhancement. The late is the fact that when I inject it into you, I allow you to wait for about 10 to 20 minutes. And when you have waited, I now take you into the machine, and I take the various cine images. And then it's reconstructed to show the heart. And when we do that, we will realize that when it comes to, the amyloidosis, there is a late gadolinium enhancement, but that one is delayed. The delay is the time that we have allowed it we have allowed to pass before we do it. So there's late gadolinium enhancement. So we see that part where the amyloid is, and it's quite enhanced by the gadolinium when we take the images. And the way, so if you find somebody with, so I had about 2 patients, I sent them off to Accra because they have the CMR image there. And they did it, and they came back telling me, there was one of them they were able to confirm, they were sure that this is amyloid. But the other one, they couldn't tell whether that was amyloid. So it tells you that this also is not 100% proof. So the T1 weighted, I've tried to explain it. You don't need that so much. Can we go on? So what is the advantage of that CMRI? So usually we have a lot of cardiomyopathies. So the cardiomyopathies come in types. For instance, as we are talking about the infiltrative ones, for instance, the infiltrative ones, amyloid is not the only one. We can have things like sarcoidosis. We can even have things where you have deposits of some form of carbohydrates in the heart. So it is not just that you take the CMR and then you can tell that this is it. So all those things have characteristic images that they produce when you give the person the gadolinium. And depending on how they see it, they'll be able to tell that this is sarcoid. Now, this is sarcoid, or this is amyloid, or this is maybe just the deposition of carbohydrates. The interesting thing about sarcoidosis, about amyloidosis, is that when they do the gadolinium enhancement, sometimes, rather than see the blood as white, because of the numerous amount of the fibrils deposition, it also is able to take the dye and excrete it quite fast, and therefore they see that the blood has turned dark as against white. And with that one, they will be able to tell that this is likely amyloidosis. And they will see the thickened heart, they may see pericardial effusion, the left atrium may be dilated, and then a smaller ventricle may also be found. Can we continue? So I've said that the protocol, yes, is because we do the late imaging after we have given the injection. Okay, can we go on? And also because the deposits are there, once we are depositing these things, it begins to crowd out the cells of the heart. And therefore, it increases the interstitial spaces. Some of the cells die, and some of those spaces are taken over by the fibrils which are deposited. And therefore, you will see that the spaces, the interstitial spaces, get a lot more in somebody who have amyloid or a disease of the heart compared to a normal heart. So if you take a normal heart, the heart will not take up so much of the gadolinium, but the ones which have deposits with a lot of interstitial spaces will get a lot of gadolinium filling it, and therefore it's enhanced when we take the images. All right. Next. Yeah, the inversion phase, I think it's just technical. Like I said, your electric field from your leg to your head, that is usually the direction. But when we put you in this machine, usually it turns your electric field around. And then when we wait for some time, there are protocols that are done that your field rather recovers. And with that, we'll be able to see what was happening in the heart. But a bit more technical. Can we continue? And then when we do the T2 weighted imaging, which I said sometimes helps us. The difference between the T1 and the T2 is the time that we take to take the images. Now the T2, we spend a lot more time, and therefore we are able to enhance the water as well. And then when we begin to see a lot more water in the heart, we begin to think of edema in the heart, and that one has a poor prognostic, is a poor prognostic factor. So we can even use the MRI not just for diagnosis, but also to be able to prognosticate. So in sum, when you do CMR imaging, we can use the recording of the CM is for poor prognosis when we see that there is a full thickness deposition. So we call it a transmural. So from the epicardium, the myocardium, and sometimes endocardium, you see that the fibrils are deposited in all that. And also when your native TI, so the TI or the T1 is supposed to be shorter. When it increases, it also denotes poor prognosis. And then your extracellular fluid, when it's getting more, it also, especially that's for the T2, it will show that there's more water, which is significant of, indicative of edema. And that also has a poor prognosis. Can we go? And the last one is the nuclear imaging. And now this has become more popular in the advanced world. And also, I guess, as we are trying to start a sensitization on amyloid, it may require that with time, some of these, procedures are done. I know we do a lot of bone scans, atomic and a bone scan. I think Konfanochi also has a bone scan. So we do bone scans. And the idea behind the bone scan is, when you look at what we call the electromagnetic spectrum, we can see light. But this light we see is visible to us because it's in a frequency or in the range where the eyes can see. But then, when we begin to think about things like microwaves, they are also all electromagnetic part of the spectrum. And then you move to X-rays. Which are ionic at the other end. You see that when we keep telling that you don't expose somebody to X-rays unnecessarily because you can keep ions in the body, all right? Now, these are external beams. But then when it comes to this one, we are actually introducing ionic or radioisotopes. And these radioisotopes, when it enters the bodies, begins to give off gamma rays. So actually, the other name for this nuclear imaging is gamma imaging. And gamma imaging rays are actually dangerous, right? So we actually inject a phosphate-based radio tracer into the body. And this tracers, we inject it as part of a chemical into your peripheral blood, just like maybe when we are taking blood or when we are giving blood. So we inject it into your body, and then it's taken up by the bone, by every structure that has calcium in it. Now, ATTR amyloidosis is significant for the level of calcium that it's able to attract to it. So it has a lot of calcium in it. And therefore, calcium, just like it's in the bone, will take up the traces. But you see, if the bone does not have any deformity, or there's no osteoblastic change, so that maybe a cancer is forming in the bone, it will absorb it uniformly. So a normal person, you will see the absorption is uniform. But when it comes to maybe a problem in the heart, such as amyloid, the TTR variant especially, so that with this one, you will be able to tell whether it's a TTR wild type or you have the familial type. It will distinguish it, or you have the light chain type. It will distinguish it. Now, this goes into the heart and binds to the fibrils. And then you image. So usually this one too, we do something like a late gadolinium enhancement. What we do is that you inject the dye, and the person walks around, or he goes to stay for maybe 3 hours. And then you start taking the images after 3 hours. Because by that time, we believe that it would have gone through the whole body, and the ones that will bind would have bound. And then we start taking the images. The first images they take the full body scan, and then they move on to take the SPECT scan, and then they do a CT scan. And then when they have done these three things, they can use it, and it will give off the gamma radiations, and then it will come into the visible view for the viewer to be able to see. So if there is the TTR amyloid in the heart, because of the calcium component of it, it will bind to that radioisotope. And it will be seen. So they stage it. And depending on how much is able to bind, they stage it. So that if they don't find any binding in the heart, so it doesn't show as much as the bone. So the heart is not even seen because there are no traces in it. Then it's stage 0. So the person is fine. There's no amyloid as we can think of. But then if it shows a little absorption compared to the bone, then they stage it as 1. If it does the same amount as the bone, or a little higher than the bone, the stage is at 2. But if it's far higher than what you can find, and or you may not even see much in the bone, but you can see that everything seems to be deposited in the heart, then they stage it as stage 3, and that tells you that it's quite advanced. He has a lot of deposits in the heart. So this one has become very instrumental and very useful, and I believe along the line, we'll also get something like that to be able to get things going. And I'm sure, I don't know so much. There's a bone scan, but I'm not too sure whether they do these kind of scans in atomic energy. Okay, can we move on? So yeah, I mean, these are basically the staging. Can we move on? So this talks about grade 2, grade 3, what you find. So grade 3, when cardiac uptake with little or no bone scan. So the images will come. Can you move on? Move on. This is the steps for the imaging. Okay, let's move on. All right, so this is basically the staging. And then what we diagnose. Continue. Yeah. So this shows what we talked about in words, and this shows it in picture. So you see that the grade 0, can you see the heart? So the grade 0, you can see the bones taking the dye, but you can't see the heart. So what it means is that there's no depositions in the heart. But in the grade 1, you can see the heart, right? And it compares to what is in the bone. It's just about the same density. Then grade 3, grade 2, you see it a little more than what is in the heart. And then grade 3, you can see the full thickness heart in that one. So with this, you have diagnosed almost the TTR type, right? The only thing is that if you are waiting to see grade 3, then because there's abundance of deposits, you can't affect this heart with your medications. Mind you, we talked about the fact that, and maybe tomorrow when we are doing the clinical significance, amyloid of the heart does not respond to quite a number of the cardiac medications we use. So if you find somebody with amyloid, you are not happy, really. In this part of the world, you are not happy that I found somebody with amyloid, because you can only manage the symptoms of the heart failure initially, so that you do volume reduction strategies for the person to feel comfortable, to be able to walk around, exercise and do a few things. But beyond the fluid control, you may not be able to give all the medications that we give for the reverse remodeling for this one, because this really is not reversible. But that is why the sensitization is coming. So if you pick somebody in the early stages, beyond the time that diastolic dysfunction will come in, systolic dysfunction will set in, then you can do a lot for that patient at that stage. And I think we all have to be faithful ambassadors or faithful trainers when it comes to training, to be able to, just like hypertension started. Hypertension, it's just recently that, people have started appreciating that they need to come to the hospital, they need to get this one. So in the same vein, we should be the forebears of this knowledge, so that among our colleagues, the primary physicians, they will not just think that every hypertrophy or every thickness of the heart is hypertensive heart disease, right? Because sometimes, like I said, somebody will come, and sometimes the BP may be slightly high because he herself is scared about the condition, right? So the BP that you are measuring in the hospital, really, you are finding a BP of 150, 80. And he said, I went to this doctor about 2 weeks ago, and he said my BP was high. You asked him, and he said, what was it? The BP was 120 something. And he has referred him to see you as a cardiologist, and he's afraid of what the heart is going to, to be seen in the heart. And then you do, and there's so much hypertrophy. That hypertrophy cannot be generated by that BPs of 142, 82, when the person really didn't have hypertension before. So these are the kind of things that, we've spoken about, and I believe we will be able to know what to do. I think, is that all? Yeah, so this was just showing part of this. It is a history of somebody who had lumbar canal stenosis, yes. And finally, they found, using the gadolinium late enhancement, that he had amyloidosis. And then, like I said, you can see this dark one. Have you seen that? That is actually the left ventricle. It's that thick. The septum and the posterior wall, and this is the cavity, which is small with a lot of, what you see, the white one is the blood. Then a dilated left atrium. So you can use this to pick all that. I think there was, and you look here, and you can see bits of pericardial effusion. So this will show all that we have spoken about. If you do the T2 type, this one is the T1, you'll be able to see a lot of fat. So the T1 type, it shows you a lot of fat at the background. And then the D is what we've spoken about. So who can tell me what this one is? This one. What stage is it? Pardon? Can you see the heart? Can see the heart, right? Yeah, the heart is there. Just that it's the heart and the bone seem to have the same density. So what stage is it? Just stage 1, yeah. And then the heart. That's also the heart. But this time, you can see at least the gross, how big the heart is. So usually this one, you see that the right would also be involved, very thick right ventricle. So you may not just find these things on the left, you can also find it on the right. And sometimes it may be asymmetrical, even just like what we get in hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Okay, I think we can end here. Yeah. So I'm done. If there's any questions.
All right, let's add another hand of applause. Those who are dozing, clap, they sleep out. Yes, so that if there are questions, you hold the mic, I will use this one down. So, questions time. If you have a question, you raise your hand. I'll bring the mic to you, and doctor will address your concerns. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. My grandfather, he is around the 80s now, about 80 years old. His BPs is within the range of 120, 70, and if it goes very high, around 130, 80. So one day he had pain in his chest, went to the hospital and they took an X-ray and the heart was very huge. Then within a week, they realized that the pulse was decreasing and they had to put him on a pacemaker. So he has been on it for a while. When he went for the review, I think they gave him some number of years that he could be on that one. And when he went for review, the number of years were reduced further. So I want to know if that could also be a suspected amyloidosis.
Yeah, so I suspect when you did the symptoms of somebody, the presentation for amyloid, now the age is a factor. So, I mean, that's a very good one, somebody to think about. Somebody 80 years have left ventricular hypertrophy of that magnitude. And usually, one of the things that this deposit does is that it deposits also in the septum, the bundle branches also get blocked, and therefore, along the line, some people develop bradycardia, and they become symptomatic of it. So I guess probably your uncle developed symptomatic bradycardia, and therefore needed a pacemaker. In that regard, they will put a pacemaker, and then pacemakers mostly, if it's maybe unless the person is dependent on it, quite a number of them will work for about 8 to 10 years, and the newer ones maybe for 12 years. And then after some time, we replace the battery. So I guess maybe he's been on it for about 10 years. About 3 years, yes. So the battery... Yeah, so he's done 3 years, and 7 years, they will change the battery. So... Okay, so, I mean, certainly maybe that one may be because of the settings that they have set, and they may have to interrogate the pacemaker, because sometimes there are a lot of, there is a very sensitive device, and they fashion aside that they can take care of you and make things even normal for you to run and do everything. So, but maybe he's old, he doesn't do a lot of activity, but maybe some features are always on, and therefore they need to interrogate it. Or otherwise, sometimes the lead may have been faulty, and therefore the current is leaking. So he needs to see a cardiologist. But this is a typical presentation of somebody which you would think about. Because, for instance, hypertension, it is not developed at 80 years. So when somebody is old, he may have some kind of thickening in the arteries, may allow the systolic pressure to go up a little, but that will not be enough to explain that level of left ventricular hypertrophy he has, and therefore it's possible that that is what has happened. So they will take the echo. I'm sure they would have done the echo to see whether they can think of that one. Yeah. So it's a good one. So it means you understood the lecture.
Thank you very much. It's almost as if it's a diagnosis of exclusion, where we are trying to eliminate other causes. And from your lecture is as though you don't want to even get a confirmed case, because by the time you get to that stage, you can't really do much for the person. From your experience, those that you've come across, what has been their storyline, their history? How has it started? Or what would you say would be the common pattern that you've seen in your practice?
Yeah, so you like I said, because it's a disease where if it happens, it's non-reversible to the point where you saw the patient and if you started the right therapy. But as far as I know, the right therapies, we don't have it here. If you have to get, two of my patients are on tafamidis, and they had to go to the US and get their gadolinium scans and all that, and then they confirmed it for them. But the tafamidis, for instance, it won't change what has already been deposited. It won't do much to that one. So going forward, it may help you to prevent further deposition. So most of my patients, and I have lost two of my patients because there was not much. They kept struggling with the volume. And if you increase the volume, you see when they get into the late stage, your blood pressures also become a challenge because systolic function also becomes a challenge. And therefore, they are fluid overloaded. Usually in this late stage, you see them presenting more with signs of right heart failure. They are full, their legs are full. Every time they look full. And if you keep increasing your diuretics, they come telling you about postural hypotension, collapse, and all that. So I have lost two of my patients like that because they couldn't afford. They were just around, and they lost them. So that is the case. And I remember that these patients I picked, these patients are patients who were seen at the peripheral hospitals. So they all came in, said they were hypertensives. They have been seeing them for hypertensive heart disease over the years. And now when their symptoms are increasing, that is when they send to you. So sometimes quite a number of people in the cardiology clinic who are amyloidosis, they are referred to us at a time when they usually have systolic dysfunction. And systolic dysfunction by itself has a very poor prognosis. So if your ejection fraction drops below 40, the things that will kill you, like you said, some of those things, you may die from an arrhythmia or pump failure one day. Elsewhere, they will be able to put people on ICDs so that even if the ejection fraction is low and he develops an arrhythmia, the ICD will shock him and then he's around. Do you understand? But here, it's difficult. It's not that it's coming. That's what I do. I do pacemakers. So we just did some for about 2 patients. But these patients were not amyloid patients. They were patients, dilated cardiomyopathy, EF like 15, 16. And therefore, we had to put ICDs as a primary prevention. Otherwise, the pump is failing, but they will die from an arrhythmia suddenly. Yeah. So their story is not exciting, and that is why I think the conference is important, because we all need to think about them. And like I said, that particular patient I said I did an echo for, and it was right ventricular hypertrophy alone. Even that patient, I saw, somebody sent for echo, and I saw right ventricular hypertrophy, and I was wondering what it was. I made the patient do the CT coronary angiogram. There was nothing. Pulmonary angiogram, there was nothing. Dopplers didn't show anything. So we had a challenge until we realized that he had carpal tunnel syndrome. Do you understand? So the suspicion has to be there so that you can diagnose it early. The suspicion has to be there that you can diagnose early. So you look at all the people who are high risk for those things, and commonly, like we said, maybe tomorrow, maybe when we do the clinical significance, it may bring out those who are actually high risk in terms of the patients we see, the groups to think about so that we can investigate properly. Yes. So I wouldn't say, like, maybe not a diagnosis of exclusion per se. When you say diagnosis of exclusion, it means then every other thing has to be excluded. And if you don't find anything, you rest on that one. It also has a straight diagnosis. So as you start thinking of the suspicion, you can use the various parameters to make the diagnosis. Yeah. Except that the sine qua non, if you really want to make, then the biopsy would have to come in. But we know things like the nuclear scan is coming, and therefore we should be able to take them. And especially the ATTR type, the problem is when you do a lot of the biopsies, the fat biopsy, and they are not sensitive unless you biopsy the heart. If the light chain type, you may be able to find it. But that one, even that one, is a toxic when we see them. I think we have about 3 of them. They will have to go to the hematologist to be seen. It gives a toxic kind of cardiomyopathy, and if you don't do anything early, they will die.
Myocardiopathy in this context. Any difference with other contexts as hypertension, chemotherapy? The myocardiopathy.
Cardiomyopathy?
Yes. Cardiomyopathy with etiology as chemotherapy. Anthracycline.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And hypertension.
Yeah.
Any difference?
Yeah. So he's talking about a cardiomyopathy that is arising from a chemotherapeutic agent. Yes. They present in various forms. Commonly, they will come, depending on the type of agent that they use, they can present as a dilated cardiomyopathy, or you may have a restrictive type of cardiomyopathy. But usually the history will tell you what he has been using. So before usually they start the chemotherapy, they will let everybody come for ejection fraction assessment. So you will know that before the person started the chemotherapy, maybe the heart was fine. And then down the line, you may see that his ejection fractions are coming down, chambers may be dilating. So that one, the history is usually straightforward. You will be able to tell. But amyloid doesn't follow that path. But if they develop the restrictive type of cardiomyopathy, then you have to distinguish. But that one, the history will be strong.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I was just curious. You said you lost 2 patients. So after that, what did you do?
I was curious because one had an MRI. One had an MRI. So by the MRI, we were able to be quite sure that was. But the other one, which we suspected he never had an MRI. So we sent over to because it was a case. Really, I was trying to get case series. By that case, for instance, the family opposed the autopsy. Said he's old, and we shouldn't mutilate the body and all that. So we left. But the other one, we did MRI. He's part of our write-up.
Okay. Yeah, so what I'm driving at is death of a patient should not stop us from still investigating further. We must not, because patient is dead, say that is the end. In fact, in my experience, I saw a patient that apparently they said died of hypertensive heart disease. And when we took biopsy of the heart, lo and behold, amyloid there. So going forward from this meeting, clinicians, if you have suspicion of amyloidosis, cardiac amyloidosis, please request for an autopsy, because that will give us ample tissue. We have the whole of the heart to play with. And so we'll be able to go further and tell you that, oh, there's amyloid. So don't think death is the end of life. There is a lot more to do after somebody has died.
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe you are the doctor's doctor. I believe you are the doctor's doctor. Because the way you are speaking, I think you are the doctor's doctor who diagnosed for us when we have missed it. Right. You must be a pathologist. And it's true, what he's saying is very true, because there are also other types, familial types. So if you find somebody and they are able to find, then you have the liberty to then think about the family and all that, whether somebody, right?
Earlier on, you mentioned you had identified a case last year. You identified the case last year. You found an amyloid deposit on the heart last year, if I'm not mistaken.
We have more than one. We have a lot of cases.
So I know we've been told that mostly for cardiac cases, they are associated with the wild type. And the other one is associated with
mostly the wild type.
Hereditary.
It's common.
Yeah. But it could be the other way around.
Yes.
So were you able to identify which type it was and what became of him or her in terms of treatment?
Yeah. So I have, like I said, I mentioned that I have 2 patients who have been able to go overseas to get their typing. They've tested, and most of the 2, they are all the wild type. And one of them has started the tafamidis. The other one, I think he is here to go back and then start it. But he has also been told, he has brought a biopsy to the report to the clinic, and we know it's the wild type he has. Yeah. So I think what the problem sometimes I have with a lot of clinicians, it's not because I'm a cardiologist that I'm saying, but the problem that I have with quite a number of clinicians is that we don't stretch ourselves to the limit. Do you understand? We easily conclude. Like I was saying, giving the picture, they have managed somebody has hypertensive heart disease for a long time and he's died. But I'm sure if you go back into the nose, there are gaps that they should have asked questions. Do you understand? At a point, when you are managing a patient, you will certainly would have gaps to ask yourself questions, because that is what we are trained to be, scientists. For instance, if somebody, and this is what I'm saying, somebody has come. You say hypertension. When was it diagnosed? He says maybe last month. And you are asking for the BP that they led to the diagnosis. And quite a number of people will tell you that, oh, I had malaria, and when I went, my BP was 150, 80, and then the doctor started the therapy. Now, that is the conclusion of hypertension for most of us as clinicians. But you and I know that when somebody is in a stress state, the BPs can go up. So using one-time check in the hospital, and that is most times we don't even check twice, not even to talk about 3 times. Do you understand? Because then the worst thing is if it happens to be in a private hospital, that is the end. Because we need to put you on a drug and get the money. Yes. We need to put you on a drug and get our money. So we start you, and then the person is hypertensive. But then they shift the person off. Maybe if they are good enough, they will say, go and do an ECG. And then the ECG comes, and then you realize that there's not much to speak for the hypertension. But they do the echo, and there's hypertrophy. But that patient will still be managed as hypertensive heart disease. Do you understand? Until maybe one day, whether God helps, and he begins to get breathless, and they say, okay, go and see the cardiologist. And that will be maybe after 5 years. Do you understand? Yes. And sometimes the patient can tell you that he is on just one antihypertensive, and he is feeling dizzy, but the doctor will not get him off. Because when you start antihypertensive, the patient is feeling dizzy. Sometimes it's also a red flag for you to think. If you have not put the patient on any significant antihypertensive, but he's beginning to get hypotensive and all that, it's also a red flag to think of it, that there will be something more than what you are thinking, right?
Please, your slide before, can you comment the imaging according your grading? Because Yes, this picture. Yeah, can you comment? Because for me, there is no deposit. Yeah. Yeah, there is nothing. According. Okay. There is or no? There is nothing or no?
But if it's more than the bone, and usually the bone, if there's no problem, take it uniformly. But if there's usually with the plastic issue, then maybe that place is more prominent.
Hello, any more questions? All right, so let's give doctor a last round of applause. Yes. All right, so we are grateful we are done for the day. I'll just give some few announcements, and then someone will give us a closing prayer. So as usual, tomorrow, 7 to 8, breakfast will be ready. Then by 8:39, we will start. When we go down, we can just pick our evening snack and then leave for our various rooms and then hotels. And then tomorrow, they will have plain rice balls with granule soup, then concocted with granule soup. So I just want to do a little bit survey. Those who will go with plain rice, you raise your hands. Plain rice. Please, if you take plain rice, please help me. All right. Okay, 29. Okay. All right.
you.